We have bad injury news, but at least we're giving out some free merch, so it's going to be okay. But let's go ahead and let's dive into the injury updates that we have so far from today. First thing I want to be pointing out is what actually dropped a minute ago. Great news here. If you have Anthony Richardson on your team, obviously, if you have no A-Rich, doesn't really matter. Anthony Richardson does get in a full practice on Thursday. If you combine this with what this coaching staff said at the beginning of the week, where they are saying that Anthony Richardson is still the starter here, it is not Joe Flacco. It does seem like Richardson should be the starter come this Sunday. And with that being said as well, Josh Downs all of a sudden is significantly less exciting. One, the passing volume is going to be lessened. Even if you have no Malik Nabers, still it doesn't matter. There won't be a ton of passing yards in the offense. Second thing is Josh Downs and Jonathan Taylor both missed practice as well today. So with Jonathan Taylor missing, obviously it means that Trey Sermon would be the guy to go to if Sermon would be good to go. Now remember, Sermon missed practice on Wednesday, but it looks like Trey Sermon was able to fully get into practice here today on Thursday. So Sermon looks like he will be the running back that you would want in Indianapolis this next week. Anthony Richardson being the starter, however, probably makes Sermon a little bit less appealing because they probably look to see Sermon probably sees a lower checkdown rate overall. And also Anthony Richardson may vulture a rushing touchdown or two at the goal line. So really nobody's exciting in Indianapolis. This is an offense falling apart. Now going over to the Giants, Malik Nabers does not practice again today. Everything that I have read makes it sound like Malik Nabers missing practice means that he will not be playing on Sunday. Now it's a Sunday night game. So maybe it's a spot where you can go ahead and you can hold off. You can wait. I don't know. I'm looking at it saying it's a great matchup against the Bengals. If you have no Nabers, I think Wan'Dale Robinson kind of becomes a must-start player. Now, James Cook and Khalil Shakir both do not practice this Thursday. So obviously Shakir missed last week, so him not getting in any practices this week probably means that Shakir is going to be trending to miss yet again. So I think you can look to start Keon Coleman if you were desperate with injuries or a bye. Now, obviously, what we're going to have to see with Keon Coleman is we need more passing volume here in this offense, specifically for Josh Allen. Because, as you're sitting here right now with Allen, this is a quarterback that has not come close to what he has done in years past, not only from a fantasy perspective, but at the same time, actually from a passing volume perspective, where he really has not been supporting any other top-end options here in fantasy. Now let's move this back over to what we have with our next piece of news, and that's just staying, I guess, in Buffalo with James Cook. If James Cook does miss, then at that point, the guy that you're going to be going after will be Ray Davis. Now, Ray Davis did split the backfields, over the past 2 weeks, really, with Ty Johnson getting some work as well. So while Ray Davis would be the guy that I would want, I wouldn't view Ray Davis as a must-start option. Now, going over to our next report, Kamara, Shaheed, both got into practice on Thursday. Doesn't really matter. You're not going to go through and start Shaheed with no Derek Carr. With Alvin Kamara, obviously you're going to start him, so nothing really changes there. We already talked about James Cook, Khalil Shakir. Joe Mixon was at practice today. Massive, massive deal. We are going to really have to see what this coaching staff says tomorrow. But if Joe Mixon is good to go, I view him as a must-start running back against the New England Patriots in a game where the Houston Texans are favored by about a touchdown. So we would assume that they're able to run the ball consistently in the second half. In the last fully healthy game that we had out of Mixon, the man had 30 carries. So I think you go ahead. I think you start Mixon. Now going over Pickens, getting a little frustrated in Pittsburgh. Doesn't matter too much. If you're looking at the Jets' new play caller here from Tennessee, really does not have a great track record, but at the same time, the Jets' offense had already been horrendous. So it's kind of the situation in going from Bryce Young to Andy Dalton. In that, I don't think Andy Dalton's a great quarterback, but can't be worse than Bryce Young was. Same thing here with the Jets coaching staff. How bad the coaching staff was, getting any change is probably a positive one, even if it just motivates the players and kind of brings together this locker room. But it's not like this is a super exciting coaching development that you have for the Jets. And then that's the majority of the updates that we have for practices so far. Now, obviously, we will get more information as the stream goes on. I think we're going to get a lot more in the next 30 minutes or so. So I will keep you updated as soon as we hear more. But let's move this over and let's answer some of the questions that we have from the site. And I do want to actually get this out for everybody. If you're an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, please go to the recent post. I just posted this right before we went live. We are getting out a bunch of free merch. If you want a hat, if you want a shirt, if you want a shirt from either myself, Domain, or one of these hats, please go ahead, fill out the merch. It's going to ask you, are you an annual member? What is your email address so we can confirm that you're an annual mother flocker? Have you received merch before? Don't want to send you something you already have. And then ranking what you want from most to least so we can try our best to give you what you want. And then obviously we'll need your t-shirt size and we will need your address so we know what to send. So just please fill this out if you're wanting that free merch. And this is for the annual mother flockers on flockfantasy.com. But let's move this over. And obviously flockfantasy.com is where you can go through and where you can check out all the rankings. You can check out, this is probably the coolest thing that we have at the moment, is you can actually link your league. If you play on Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo, go ahead, link your league, and you can see updated power rankings inside your league. And what we actually just added to this page as well is we added the ability for you to see the best waiver wire options in your league. Because if you look at the way that Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo, they all default these, it is very, very bad. So you can go through and you can play around, look at the best waiver wire options that you have. And yeah, if you wanted to ask a question, always go to the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a start sit question, trade question, team review, whatever you're wanting. You don't even have to be in the live stream to ask it. You don't even have to be in the live stream to get your answer. So I'm going to answer it in the live stream and it's going to be sent to you directly through the site. So you can just see the clip of me answering it regardless if you want to hang out in the live stream or not. You can get a personalized question answered. It's all on flockfantasy.com. If you wanted that team review though, I definitely recommend taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, with promo code FLOCK, you'll be getting hooked up with that free team review. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. And you will get a free pick as well. If you sign up before the Thursday night game, that'll be the Brock Purdy more than less than half total yard. If you sign up after the Thursday night game, it would be a Joe Burrow more than less than half total yard. But let's move this over and let's start answering some of these teams. This first one is a team review coming from Incoming 2 and 4. Well, RIP will say the record sucks for sure. But looking at us in the League Analyzer, we are one of the top 4 teams here. We are in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So this is a spot in which you don't really care about wide receiver depth. And if you can just make 2-for-1 deals to upgrade elsewhere by giving away wide receivers, it's going to be something that we look to do. But let's go ahead and let's pull this up. First thing I want to mention is we have Josh Allen. Obviously, Josh Allen has been wildly inconsistent. Obviously, Josh Allen has not been good really at all. But with that being said, you've had 2 games with over 30 fantasy points. We've seen the elite ceiling. What you need is we actually need to see the rushing touchdowns come back, which isn't a guarantee, but I'm still viewing Allen as a top 5 quarterback rest of season based off his rushing upside, somebody that I think we can start every week regardless. Going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, Devon Achane, Jonathan Brooks, Nick Chubb. So this is the issue that you have. This is a great running back room in the long term. In the long term, I think Devon Achane is an RB1. I think Jonathan Brooks is somebody that you are really looking at an interesting starter. I think Nick Chubb's really looking interesting in the long term. But this team's 1 and 4. So on a 1 and 4 roster, you can no longer think about our long-term upside. And instead, we need to shift our attention over to looking for short-term production. We can't afford to fall to 1 and 5. We definitely cannot afford to fall to a 1 and 6. Then we're just done skis. So if we get the ability to maybe move off one of these long-term running back pieces in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, I think that's something that we are looking to do. Like if you are able to say sell Josh Downs and Jonathan Brooks to get to a running back that you'd be excited about starting right now, like going and getting to somebody like Josh Jacobs, if possible, I think that would be an absolute no-brainer. And obviously, you don't necessarily have to focus too much on the running back names that we're talking about. It's more so the overall thought process of selling one of these depth receivers with a running back like Jonathan Brooks or Nick Chubb, where you have the long-term upside, but not the short-term production. That way we can make sure that we lock up some wins here in the short term. And if we can make that 2-for-1 deal, I mean, it's really advantageous in that you have phenomenal options off the waiver wire that you're able to look at. Like Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving are currently sitting on the waiver wire for us. I think that you can make an argument, but one, I would drop Dalton Schultz to go get Braylon Allen right now, where if you end up getting that injury, and two, Breece Hall, or same thing with Bucky Irving, go pick up Bucky Irving, or if you were to get that injury to Rachaad White, all of a sudden you could see Braylon Allen or Bucky Irving turn up into a straight league winner. So I would love to, one, cut Dalton Schultz, pick up one of the running backs off the waiver wire. I'm not starting Schultz over Kincaid anyway, even if Kincaid's been very disappointing. Pick up the high upside running back. And if we can make that 2-for-1 deal where we sell the long-term upside of the running back position, whether that's Jonathan Brooks, whether that's Nick Chubb, but it doesn't really matter who it is, just one of them. And if we can make that 2-for-1 trade where we're able to go through and package together one of those running backs with the wide receiver depth piece, focus our attention on short-term production rather than long-term upside on a team that's currently 1-4. And then you're able to open up another roster spot and bring in another running back like Bucky Irving, like Braylon Allen. I think that'd be great. Build out that running back room with these guys that could potentially just see a massive, massive boom with their value where you're able to go through and you're able to swing them and get significantly more in your lineup. But going over to what we have at wide receiver is great, of course. The thing is, we just have so much depth here that if you could swing a 2-for-1 deal by selling Downs, by selling Wicks, by selling Jameson, specifically in this 10-team format where you only start 2 receivers in a flex, I definitely think we would. But we're already through the A.J. Brown bye week. We're already through the Jahmyr Gibbs bye week. I do think that this team will be better going into the future than what it's been. But again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. I really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And yeah, just in recap, we want to sell a depth receiver with one of the long-term running backs to get an upgrade at running back for this short term. And with that open roster spot, we want to go through and we want to pick up one of those high upside running backs, whether that's a Braylon or Bucky. And I would also consider just dropping Dalton Schultz to pick up one of those running backs anyway. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. But let's move this over to our next question here. This next one's going to be from Jason. Says, depending on Mixon status, thinking who to play at the flex and tight end between Wicks, Pierce, and White. So Mixon did play. Did practice this Thursday. So I'm hoping that means that we are going to get Mixon good to go. If Mixon does play, I'm going to go Mixon and Rachaad White. I understand that Alec Pierce definitely looks more appealing if you have no Michael Pittman Jr. as well as no Josh Downs. My thought process is with Anthony Richardson under center, it's not like Pittman or Downs were appealing options in the first place. So while Alec Pierce definitely becomes a lot more interesting, and I'd say at that point, Alec Pierce is definitely worth a roster spot. For us to go through and jam him in the lineup where we have never seen the target volume before from Pierce, we've only seen the big blow up off of a long receiving touchdown. If you have say, I don't know, if you have Joe Flacco and no Downs and no Pittman, then at that point, I think you can go ahead and you can start Alec Pierce over Rachaad White. But if Anthony Richardson's under center, I probably don't want to. I probably just want to take the player with the guaranteed touches, even if we're not super excited about him. And then obviously in the instance that we have no Mixon, at that point, it's either going to be Wicks or Pierce. If you have Joe Flacco, like we said, I think you go Alec Pierce. If Anthony Richardson's a quarterback, I think you go with Dontavian Wicks. But Joe Mixon is plan A. And Joe Mixon was at practice, so I think that is exciting to note. But Let's move this over. We are 40 likes away from hitting 200 likes on this stream. If we hit 200 likes on the stream, we are going to go through and pivot over to questions in the live chat. But Dante Brown coming out with a start-sit question. Here, we're considering at tight end between Dallas Goedert and Tucker Kraft. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to play Tucker Kraft with Dallas Goedert. Obviously, yeah, the massive 2 booms before the bye week, but that was under the context of having no A.J. Brown in this offense and no Devonta Smith in the offense for, about 6 quarters of play. So honestly, I think it's probably an easy spot to go with Kraft. And then going down to the flex, the best flex option this week would be Dobbins, but I'm probably not playing Dobbins over Higgins or Flowers given the matchup that they have. That Dobbins has, that is. Now, Frank to Take coming out with a trade question. Here, we are looking between Chuba Hubbard and Justin Fields versus Ramondre Stevenson. This is going to be the Chuba Hubbard side for me. I think Hubbard versus Ramondre, they're both very similar, where they're both in bad offenses. I think Ramondre's in the worst offense. They're both presumably in committees. When you get Jonathan Brooks back in Carolina to play alongside Hubbard, but at least in the short term, I'm very excited to start Chuba Hubbard. Whereas in the short term, as somebody who may have to start Ramondre Stevenson this week, I really don't have any interest in it. And I would look to avoid if I could, but just my team, I can't. So then we go with Chuba Hubbard and Justin Fields. But let's move this over and let's get some questions in the live chat. Please drop any questions you have in the chat. Cal says, should I trade away Devon Achane? I'm 1-4. I think Devon Achane in general is a phenomenal buy low candidate. I think most teams, it makes sense for you to actually target Devon Achane in deals where Achane is at a low point with this price. I personally am expecting that Tua does come back in a couple weeks. And then at that point, I think Achane goes back to being a running back 1. However, with that being said, on a team that's 1-4, we don't have the luxury to think a couple weeks down the line. Instead, what you are having to focus in on is we are having to think about points right this second. So yeah, what I would do is I would probably sell Achane on the context of this being a 1-4 roster. Now let's move this over. John says I'm 4-1. Congrats, John. Congrats. W Deck says Wilson and JK for Gibbs and Shakir. I would rather have Gibbs over Wilson. I'd rather have JK over Shakir. So honestly, I think this is one of those deals that it's a fair trade, and it honestly just kind of is up to you. Okay. The Waffle broadcast has just joined. If Nabers is out, how far does Wan'Dale move up? If Nabers is out, Wan'Dale is going to be a must-start player. Especially in the context of you have a great matchup against the Cincinnati Bengals. Malik Nabers, we've seen the consistent target volume for a very long time now. So, yeah, you have to start Wan'Dale if you have no Nabers. The Wave says Chuba Hubbard or Jordan Mason. You for sure go Jordan Mason over Chuba Hubbard. Much better offense. Darius Slayton is not startable. We can go through and we can look this up. But it's not like Darius Slayton's brand new on the scene and we go, oh, we finally get to see Darius Slayton with no Malik Nabers. Let's go through and let's take a visit down memory lane just to reacquaint ourselves with Darius Slayton, the 27-year-old wide receiver that we've seen in New York for years now, before Malik Nabers ever got to town. Well, first off, Darius Slayton this year, besides this past week, 4, 4, 2, 5 targets. We go back to 2023. Darius Slayton, 5, 6, 6, 3, 4, 6, 2, 2, 7, 4, 5, 3, 2, 8, 3, 6, 7 targets. You go back to 2022. 2, 7, 3, 6, 6, 4, 10, 6, 8, 3, 7, 6, 3. What are we expecting? Maybe 6 targets. And an offense that has a good matchup, and an offense that's been better than we were expecting them to be coming into the season. But still, I mean, it's not like Daniel Jones is Mahomes. Like, we can sit here and go, Juju Smith-Schuster's interesting. I mean, with Juju, yeah, he's probably washed. He probably is not good. But ultimately, you're attached to one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. So with that in mind, you can go ahead and you can roster Juju. You can consider starting Juju, obviously, after we get past the bye. But with Darius Slayton, we have a large sample of him not really doing anything. So there's no way. Donde says Mooney or Wan'Dale Robinson. If you have no Malik Nabers, I'd rather have Wan'Dale Robinson. Matthias says Debo or Scary Terry. For the love of God, I know Debo Samuel was disappointing last week, but you have to start Debo Samuel. We did the same thing with Brandon Ayuk last week, where every time somebody asked about Brandon Ayuk, we said, please go through and start Brandon Ayuk. He needs to be in your lineup. Here, looking at Debo Samuel, currently his underdog pick is higher, lower, 72.5 total yards. You can compare this to other wide receivers like Christian Kirk, for instance, is higher, lower, 46.5. Marvin Harrison's higher, lower, 55.5. Who else do we have here? I mean, Scary Terry is, I almost typed in Scary Terry. Terry McLaurin's at higher, lower, 60.5. So yeah, Debo Samuel, not even close to these other guys. Debo Samuel is somebody that you have to start. I know he was disappointing last week, but still. Okay. Nomad says if Bijan doesn't go off this week, it's over. It is over for Bijan if he doesn't go off this week. But let's go through and let's pull this up. If you wanted to compare Bijan Robinson to some other running backs with projections this week, where Bijan has a phenomenal matchup going up against the Carolina Panthers. Here, Bijan at the moment is higher, lower, 96.5 total yards. You look at Jordan Mason. Jordan Mason's higher, lower, 85.5 rushing yards. Throwing 8.5. So, I mean, Bijan projects out to have more yards than Jordan Mason this week. Who are some other backs? Do they have anything out for Kamara yet? Kamara higher, lower, 68.5 total yards. Kenneth Walker, higher, lower, 86.5 total yards. So Underdog has Bijan as a better option than Kenneth Walker this week. So if you have Bijan Robinson, I know he's been disappointing, similar to what Debo Samuel was last week. It doesn't matter. Please, for the love of God, start Bijan Robinson. I know Bijan was limited at practice, but, I mean, Brian Robinson missed practice. If y'all think Bijan Robinson's toast because he had a limited practice, then you're more than welcome to go take lower than 96.5 total yards. You're more than welcome to do that. I wouldn't recommend it because I think Bijan Robinson crushes Carolina. Chris Sales says, Kincaid or Dallas Goedert rest of season? If you told me that we had no A.J. Brown, no Devonta Smith, at that point, I would for sure be rolling with Dallas Goedert. However, with A.J. Brown, with Devonta Smith coming back in, I think I'd probably just take Dalton Kincaid, even if obviously we're not super excited about it. You're still looking at a tight end that does have touchdown upside, should be in a decent offense. Okay. Now, PJ Nasty says Laporta or Tucker Kraft. I would rather have Sam Laporta over Kraft, especially with Laporta already being through his bye as well. Okay, we got our caffeine down. Now we should be good to go to fire through these. But let's definitely make sure that we are getting through all the questions on the site. Definitely want to reiterate, if you want to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you always can. And we just posted this on flockfantasy.com as well. As if you're an annual mother flocker, please go and claim your free merch. We're hooking y'all up. You just have to fill out this Google form. Tell us like, hey, here's my email address. Here's what I want out of these things from highest preference to lowest preference. Here's my shirt size. Here's my address. Just go fill out that Google form for me on the site if you want that free merch. This is for annual Mother Flockers. And also, if you wanted to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can always do so with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. I do want to reiterate, if you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is by taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. And if you're a Bijan Robinson hater, you can go take the lower than 96.5 total yards as well. But you can find that link to Underdog Fantasy in the live chat in the description. If you use code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, with promo code FLOCK, you'll get a free Brock Purdy pick for tonight's game, more than less than half a total yard. You can find that link in the live chat and description. But let's go ahead and let's move this over to some more questions that we have on the site. This next one coming out from mcockiner, I believe. It says, how's the team looking? Should I pick up Anthony Richardson and David Njoku off the waiver wire? So it's a 10-team format where typically options on the waiver wire are going to be a little bit stronger than otherwise. The team right now with the league analyzers in this group of like the top 4 teams in the league, all really close, but definitely we look like a juggernaut here. Pulling up the record, we are 3-2, so comfortable spot to be in. Looking at the options that we have on the waiver wire, we have Charbonnet, David Njoku, DeAndre Hopkins, and Anthony Richardson. First thing that I would look to do is I would drop Roschon Johnson in favor of Zach Charbonnet. If we were looking at any other players that we could possibly drop, I mean, maybe you make an argument with Jacoby Myers. With this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the wide receiver depth's not going to be a super big deal. But at the same time, you're looking at the fact that Adams may get dealt. If Adams does get dealt, then obviously you do have the sustainable long-term value here with Jacoby Myers. So probably too good to cut. So the reality is you're probably chilling with this team as is. Starting off at quarterback, you are currently rolling with Kyler Murray. I mean, having Kyler Murray here, completely fine QB to just start every single week, given the rushing upside that he has. Obviously, if you wanted to chase the highest ceiling possible, you can go pick up Anthony Richardson as well, who does have plenty of rushing upside in his own right. The issue that you're going to have is just, frankly, who could you possibly drop to do so? Now, with this in mind, knowing that you have great waiver wire options like Anthony Richardson, like David Njoku, like Zach Charbonnet, obviously 2-for-1 deals would be advantageous if we could pull them off. So going over to running back, we have the elite RB1 with Saquon Barkley, super comfortable spot to be in. Beyond this, we have Josh Jacobs, is really strong RB2 option. We have Kareem Hunt, Nick Chubb, Tajay Spears. So we are really strong here with the depth as well as the options that we have at the very top of the starting lineup. Going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Deebo Samuel, DK Metcalf. So we have the elite wide receiver 1 already through his bye week. We are all in on this Philly offense. We have a wide receiver 2 and wide receiver 3 we can start every single week. So honestly, maybe the wide receiver depth doesn't matter a ton. So if you're able to potentially go ahead and look to move off of Xavier Worthy and Dalton Kincaid and pivot over to an elite tight end, go get somebody like Trey McBride. Go get somebody like Travis Kelce, maybe Brock Bowers. I think it makes a lot of sense if you can make that 2-for-1 deal. And honestly, we can kind of say the same thing at running back, where maybe if you could send Worthy and Hunt or Pickens and Chubb and go get a running back upgrade in that way, where you can just go ahead and you can just effectively pick up DeAndre Hopkins for free off the waiver wire. I think that would be a great move. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that we could even mention here. I think it's a great team, a very well-balanced roster. The first thing I would do is I'd cut Roschon Johnson, pick up Zach Charbonnet. I think Charbonnet is a better running back. I think Charbonnet has a higher ceiling where if you were to get an injury to Kenneth Walker, Charbonnet takes over as the true bell cow. Whereas if DeAndre Swift goes down, Roschon probably has to split with Khalil Herbert. Still like Roschon. I have him in a lot of teams, but Charbonnet's just better. So cut Roschon, pick up Charbonnet, see if we can sell Worthy and Kincaid to get an elite tight end, see if we can sell Pickens and Kincaid to get an elite tight end, see if we can sell Worthy and Hunt, see if we can sell Pickens and Chubb, any combination of those players, get an upgraded either running back or tight end, and that way you can go ahead and you can pick up somebody for free like DeAndre Hopkins or Anthony Richardson off the waiver wire, where right now the team's just frankly too good to go through and make any of those moves. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to a massive dono trade question from a longtime member of the flock in Benzmafia. This is Mason made that trade yesterday. You asked about Cup, Montgomery, Sermon, and Tracy. Got back Chase and Wicks. Looking at my team, should we make this deal? So, one, Benzmafia, is there any shot that you're in the live chat right now? Please let me know. And second off, love the trade getting Jamar Chase there. But if we get Chase, then all of a sudden the depth is maybe a little bit questionable for what we're looking at. So right now, what we have is at running back, we have Bijan Robinson, who maybe is questionable at the moment, but Jordan Mason, Christian McCaffrey. So running back, we're chilling. Wide receiver, we have Chase. We have London. We have Wicks and Rome. And then we have Nico Collins for the long term. So wide receiver, we're just fine as well. And Joe is here. Can you remind me what your record is with this team? Benz, do you mind letting me know what the record is? Because I think that maybe has a little bit of impact here. The only way I probably don't do this trade, especially knowing that we already sold the depth and now maybe our wide receiver 3 is a little bit questionable with Collins' injury, is if you're 5-0, I think you could potentially make an argument to hold on to Nico Collins, just because obviously you have an insane ceiling for the fantasy football playoffs. But specifically on a team that is anything other than 5-0, to be honest, I would probably just prefer Harrison straight up over Collins rest of season. So looking at Rachaad White, Nick Chubb, just pretty much as free add-ins, I think it does make a lot of sense to just pivot over to the wide receiver that also has a crazy high ceiling in the long term, but also is going to be playing in the short term. So yeah, I'm going to go, I would make this trade under any assumption other than you are 5-0, which I don't see you in the chat telling me you are. But really appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And thank you, of course, so much for being a member of the flock. I'm sure that you're an annual mother flocker on the site. I'd be surprised if you weren't. So please make sure you fill this out on the site, the free merch form. That way I can hook you up with some merch. My guy, just pretty much need to know what you want and where to send it. Okay. But let's move this over and let's get this going for Netflix and Hill. Says, I need help. I'm 2-3 and I need to make some moves. I made some moves already like Etienne for Addison and Stevenson and Nabers for Ladd, Ayuk, and Jamison Williams. But my league mates only want to make trades that fleece you, so it's hard to trade, but I'm willing to do anything. Please help. Well, thank you. Going to be excited to check this out. So pulling up the squad. Currently, this is a team on NFL Fantasy. So I'm sorry that we are not able to link NFL Fantasy with the site. I'm really hoping that we can in the future, my guy, but still going to be super excited to check it out. And thank you for submitting the screenshots for it. But this is a league where you start 3 wide receivers and a flex. So the wide receiver depth definitely does matter a little bit more here. Going over to what we have with the options with the bench, we do have a total of, I want to say 6 bench spots. So it's not like it's a super, super deep bench. So there should be okay options on the waiver wire. If you wanted to make 2-for-1 deals, we still can. Now, starting off quarterback, we have Kirk Cousins in the lineup. Going down to the bench, we don't have another QB. So we are effectively just streaming the quarterback position. I mean, if you're looking at what we have from Cousins, I think very reasonably, you could say that he has the possibility of leading the NFL in both passing touchdowns as well as passing yards. Now, the issue with that, of course, is I just remembered something I didn't say in the stream. If y'all are watching this, it's my birthday today. Do y'all mind just dropping a like? Small little birthday present. We're going to live stream to over 5 hours for y'all today. Problem, I'm not doing anything other than working today. So if you can hit that like button, I would appreciate it. But anyway, looking at this, we are effectively just streaming, assuming it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where you're only getting 1 point per 25 passing yards. Looking at what we have with the projections, however, you don't tell us that this has any crazy league settings, but honestly, it probably does. Where right now, you do have 36 points projected for Kirk Cousins. So honestly, you may want to ignore me saying, oh, Cousins is a streaming quarterback, because in a 4-point passing touchdown format where you only get 1 point per 25 passing yards, their Cousins is probably a streaming option. But here, if this is like a league where you're getting a point per completion or some crazy passing volume bonuses, then at that point, you actually kind of prefer the pocket passing options rather than the rushers, which it looks like that may be the case in this format, just solely basing it off the projection that you have for Cousins this week at 36 total points. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. Like we said, this is a league where you can start 3 receivers, so the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more. Here we are currently sitting with London, Ayuk, Josh Downs. And then in the flex spot, we have Jameson Williams. So, I mean, I'm completely fine. London wide receiver 1, Ayuk wide receiver 2. I think that's great. Jameson, Ladd, Downs, I think quality depth pieces as well. Crazy to see that NFL Fantasy has Josh Downs projected to score 18 points. We have Tyreek Hill for the long-term wide receiver 1 upside down on the bench. We have Addison as quality wide receiver depth as well. So overall, I mean, I think this is a very strong team with the wide receiver position. And even though it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, you're probably in a spot in which it does make sense for you to go ahead and probably still look to sell one of the wide receiver depth pieces and go maybe package together, say Josh Downs and Ramondre Stevenson, to go get that upgrade at running back. Because, I mean, you can plug and play Ladd McConkey in the short term. You get Tyreek Hill coming in the long term. Obviously, you're getting the bump up with the Josh Downs projection because you have no Pittman in this offense, but it sounds like A-Rich is good to go. Downs himself is banged up. So, I mean, if you could find somebody that is potentially excited for Josh Downs, I would love to pivot off of him if we possibly could. Now, going over to running back, this is by far and away the weakest point on the team. We have Ramondre, we have Chase Brown, we have Austin Eckler. Going down to the bench, we have Braylon Allen. So to be honest with you, a couple different things. One, like I said, I think it makes a lot of sense to sell the depth wide receiver piece with Ramondre Stevenson to go get a long-term running back upgrade. If we can make that 2-for-1 deal with the open roster spot that we have, we definitely want to be going ahead and looking to add another running back off the waiver wire and specifically focusing on building out our running back depth. And then on top of that, the other move that we would be looking to make here is if you're able to go ahead and sell Tucker Kraft, who also looks to be a top 10 tight end rest of season, with one of the running backs, get an RB upgrade, and then bring in another running back off the waiver wire. I think you can 100% look to do that. And with that extra roster spot, we want to bring in another running back. Since we are elite at tight end, since we are elite at wide receiver, I don't want to be building our bench out with wide receiver and tight end options as well. But clearly these guys are too good to drop. So I think we're making 2-for-1 deals. We're upgrading at running back. We're opening up roster spots to bring in additional running backs off the waiver wire. And like we said previously, if this is that league where you're getting some crazy bonuses for passing volume, we're not necessarily as incentivized to build around the rushing quarterback. So I think Kirk Cousins is probably more than just a streamer at that point and probably a good option to have. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's move this over to Peanut Gallery. This is a start-sit question where it's a dynasty league, so we just have a ton of options to go through. We have no Puka Nacua this week, no Jordan Addison this week, no Jordan Whittington this week. So it's really between Amari, Jalen Tolbert, and Ladd McConkey. Jalen Tolbert does have a very good matchup going up against the Detroit Lions with no Brandon Cooks. I still probably take the long track record of the Amari volume that you have, however. Going over to tight end, I'm taking Sam Laporta over Tucker Kraft now that you have some of the receivers back into Green Bay. I think it maybe steals a target or two away from Kraft. Going over to running back, here we have a bunch of exciting options. You do have James Cook banged up, so we are presumably going to be going with Chuba Hubbard. And then down for the flex spots, I think we go with Jalen Tolbert and James Cook, assuming that James Cook is good to go. If James Cook is not, however, then you would pivot over to Ladd McConkey. James Cook didn't practice today. This will be something that we need to monitor. Okay. Now, Devin coming out with a start sit question. Says, who should we start and who should we... Okay, so let's go ahead and let's dive into this. First off, if you want to get a start sit question answered, all you got to do is leave... If you need 2 wide receivers, leave 2 wide receiver slots empty and then put all the players that you'd be considering underneath. That way I'm able to go through, I'm able to fill it out for you, and we're able to send it through the site as well. But anyway, looking at this, I mean, right now, I think the 2 guys that I start are probably 2 of the players that are going to go tonight. I'd probably play Deebo Samuel and DK Metcalf at wide receiver. Tight end, I am going to go Tucker Kraft over Kyle Pitts. And then if we needed a flex, my 3rd wide receiver that we would look at here probably would be Brandon Ayuk over Mike Evans, given the tough matchup that you have for Evans going up against the Saints. But let's see this. Bailey says, how do you send a question? You can go through flockfantasy.com. Everything we do is through flockfantasy.com. Button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Here you can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I'd recommend is taking advantage of the offer that we have over there with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Brock Purdy pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard, and you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we're doing every day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address to your Underdog account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's get this going for Prestige Worldwide. Happy to check this out, and classic team name. This was, I want to say I was in one of my first fantasy football leagues I ever had. I feel like this was a super common fantasy football team name from 10 years ago. Super, super common. Now I don't see it nearly as much. It says, don't know if I've had bad luck, but currently 1-4 and need some help figuring out how to make some moves while having stability for the future weeks. I like the team, but have concern for my future running backs. Carr and Kraft will be traded for Diggs on the 11th. Oh, phenomenal trade there, assuming it's a 1 quarterback format. But Benzmafia, I would still trade for Harrison if you are 4-1. I would still go for Harrison there. But anyway, looking at this with Prestige Worldwide, we are one of the best teams in this league, according to the league analyzer. Right now, there's that juggernaut grouping of about 3 of the top teams. Then you have the teardrop to everybody else. And we are in that. So I'm surprised to see that we are 1-4. It's a 12-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But actually, it looks like this is a super flex league. Okay, so based off the amount of quarterbacks that everybody is rostering here. Actually, is this a super flex league? This team's rostering 3. This team's rostering 1. This team's rostering 1. There are a bunch of teams only rostering 1 quarterback. So Prestige Worldwide, if you're in the live stream with us, please, can you confirm, is this a super flex league or is this a 1 quarterback format? Please let me know. And also, we are about 3 likes away from hitting 500 likes on this stream. Please go down there and hit that like button if you have not done so already. Please hit that like button. And I'm going to assume that this is a 1 quarterback format based off the fact that there are multiple teams in this league that are only rostering 1 QB. I'd be surprised if this was a super flex league and you had guys like Lawrence, Daniel Jones, Justin Herbert, Matthew Stafford, Will Levis, Andy Dalton, Gardner Minshew on the waiver wire. So we're going to assume that this is a 1 quarterback format. And with that assumption, we have to get rid of these backup quarterbacks. There is no reason for us to be rostering Caleb, Tua, and Derek Carr. I would go ahead and honestly, if I had Jalen Hurts already through his bye, I would cut Caleb Williams, I would cut Tua, and I would cut Derek Carr. The only reason I would hold on to one of these players is if you were looking at the fact that, I don't know, Tua may be on your IR, so you don't have to waste a roster spot on him. But even with that being said, hell, you can get Lawrence if we really need a quarterback off the waiver wire anyway, and we're going to start Hurts. So, yeah, I mean, selling Derek Carr for anything. I don't know what fool in your league is going to be trading for Derek Carr here. Absolutely no-brainer move for us. But outside of that, freaking cut Caleb. You only need one quarterback if it's a one-quarterback format, which I'm assuming based off the context clues here it is. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have Kenneth Walker, we have Jordan Mason. So we have two RB1s in the short term. Obviously, Jordan Mason in the long term maybe is a little bit questionable. In the short term, we also have Chuba Hubbard. In the long term, we have Brooks. And short term, we have Hubbard. I don't know if we misspoke there. But regardless, running back room, we have plenty of depth. Going over to wide receiver, we have A.J. Brown, Harrison, Jameson, and Dontavian Wicks. If possible, if we could go through and if we could upgrade our flex from what we have with Jameson Williams / Travis Etienne, I think that would be the move to make. I mean, if you could potentially take Etienne and Jameson and trade for a top-end wide receiver or trade for a top-end running back, kind of regardless, and get that long-term upgrade at the flex for at the point where maybe we are not going to be able to rely upon Chuba Hubbard once Brooks is back in and that turns into a committee. I think that would be very interesting. Tight end, we have Tucker Kraft as well as Jake Ferguson as well. So obviously Kraft looks great. Tucker Kraft looks like a top 10 tight end rest of season. But if you could potentially go ahead and sell Tucker Kraft in a 2-for-1 deal with Jameson Williams to go get a stud upgrade there at wide receiver, I think we would look to do so. Because you go over to what we have currently with the waiver wire, you have great options. Like, I think first thing is, even if you don't make any trades, well, one, we're going to make the Derek Carr deal. We're trading Derek Carr and Tucker Kraft for Diggs. So phenomenal. That's literally exactly what we were wanting to do. Better than even we thought. So we'll have Diggs here at wide receiver. It'll make the Jameson depth even a little bit less important for us. So I think it does make more sense to send Jameson and that running back for an RB upgrade. We'll open up another roster spot. And when you have that additional roster spot open, I would be picking up either Tajee Spears or Xavier Legette or Ty Chandler, depending on the updates that you have regarding Aaron Jones, or maybe Tyler Algier with the updates that you have with Bijan Robinson. And then honestly, I'm not even stopping there. I would drop Caleb Williams and pick up another one of those backup running backs with the open roster spot we would have at that point. Build out the running back room. That way we can hopefully find the next Jordan Mason for when you end up getting Christian McCaffrey potentially back in. And then all of a sudden Jordan Mason does look less appealing. But overall, obviously, it is a strong team. I'm happy to hear that we were able to sell Derek Carr for something here. I'm happy to hear that we're able to sell Tucker Kraft. We're able to go get that top-end wide receiver. But I think the main thing that we're looking to do is trim up the quarterback room even beyond this, and then pick up some of these high-end upside running backs. And then also, like we said, if you can trade Jameson and Etienne to get the top-end running back, we would. Now, let's move this over to Austin. This is one of those free team reviews with the Underdog promo. Says, I did a team review a little while ago, and now I'm looking to get insight on what you think. My league is super sketchy about trading, so it makes it hard. I have the best team in the power rankings. Is there anything we could do to make it better? I doubled my points last week. I still wouldn't have lost my matchups. Dear God. Okay, so going through and looking at what we have. With this team, we are by far and away the best team outside of maybe the second one where you have the significant drop-off after the top two teams to the rest of the league. It is a 10-team format where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 depth. And 1 flex, so the depth at wide receiver is unimportant. Looking at the injuries that we have to the wide receiver room, we have Cooper Kupp. We have Nico Collins. So honestly, we are just kind of stuck sitting on our hands waiting for us to end up getting maybe these receivers back in. We have Jonathan Brooks in here for the long term. We have Jordan Mason as a quality flex play until we get Kupp and Nico back in. This is a phenomenal team. It's 4-1. We should be thinking about the fantasy football playoffs. we're already kind of built around these players that may not give us the short-term production, but may give us the long-term upside, which is what we're looking to do already with a team like this. Going over to the waiver wire, there are phenomenal options out there on waivers where you do have Jamison, you have Ladd, you have Downs, you have Braylon Allen that you are able to pick up. So, I mean, if you have the ability to go through and potentially sell, say, Jake Ferguson and Jordan Mason, or Jake Ferguson and Breece Hall, and pivot over to like Saquon Barkley, if you can go from Breece and Ferguson, then you'll be able to easily just go through and pick up one of these exciting options on the waiver wire. The issue is you just simply will never be able to make moves with waivers if the worst player on our team currently is Zach Moss. We have the elite QB with Jalen Hurts. We have the elite tight end with Brock Bowers. We have the top end receivers. We have the top end running backs. We have great depth with that throughout. We're already focused in on long-term upside, which is what we should be doing on a 4-1 roster. I really wish I could have something for you here. I really wish I could. Oh, I cracked the code. I know how to make a team that's significantly better than my own, 10 times better. I wish I had something for you here, but I think the boring answer is like, hell, if you can trade Jordan Mason and Jake Ferguson, go get an upgrade there at running back, open up a roster spot, bring in one of your favorite options here, whether that's Jamison, Ladd, Downs, or Braylon Allen, I think we would go ahead and look to do it. Okay. Now, I think that's all we have. I hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, but the reality of the situation is you're 4-1, you have a great team, and you're already set up for the long term, exactly how we want to be. It's a great, great team. Now, let's move this over to another free Underdog team review. This is Draft Day. It's another top team with the League Analyzer. I will say this one's maybe going to be a little bit closer, where right now we are tied with this other team. Pretty much is the best team in the league, and then we have that drop off afterwards. It's a 12-team format where you start 2 receivers in a flex, so the waiver wire options won't be as strong. It says thoughts on the roster construction overall and recommendations for long-term versus short. Completed a 2-for-1 deal to move ETN for Montgomery with an open bench spot. Should we look to pick up and play an RB2 for this weekend or stash Jonathan Brooks off waivers? Loving the Flock League recap videos. Much love, my friend. Going to be excited to check this out. And I will say, first thing is, if you can pick up Jonathan Brooks, oh my gosh, this is a nutso. One, we are going to be dropping Jamison Williams and you'll pick up Jalen Waddle. 100%. Drop Jamison, pick up Jalen Waddle. 2, we are going to be, with an open roster spot, picking up Jonathan Brooks. And 3, I think you could consider dropping Bucky Irving and picking up Rachaad White. That last one is optional, but definitely if we just made that 2-for-1 deal and we have an open roster spot right now, go get Jonathan Brooks right this second. And also drop Jamison Williams for Jalen Waddle, where if we think about this realistically, there's no way in hell we're starting Jamison Williams over CeeDee Lamb, A.J. Brown, or Devonta Smith. 2 of these guys are already through their bye week as well. So, realistically speaking here, my friend, what am I... This is another great team. And this is another one of those teams where if you have guys like Jalen Waddle, Jonathan Brooks, Rachaad White on your waiver wire, it makes 2-for-1 deals just a legitimate cheat code. Where if you're able to go through and if you're able to, say, package together the combo of Devonta Smith and Tucker Kraft and pivot over and get to an elite tight end like Travis Kelce, like Trey McBride, even if we're maybe giving up a little bit too much value, if you're able to pick up one of those free players off the waiver wire like Rachaad White, then who cares if we gave up a little bit too much in the trade? Because say you go Devonta Smith, Tucker Kraft, or Travis Kelce, but then you picked up Jalen Waddle off the waiver wire. It's really like you traded Devonta Smith and Tucker Kraft for Travis Kelce and Jalen Waddle. So I think that this is a team where probably the move is, if possible, let's open up roster spots. We're going to get great players for free. If you can go sell Kareem Hunt and Kyler Murray and go get Jalen Hurts, let's do it. If you can go through and if you can sell Devonta Smith and Tucker Kraft and get Travis Kelce, let's do it. Because in that case, you're able to pick up these top options off the waiver wire for free. We're able to get an elite option at both the onesie positions instead of just a very good onesie. And yeah, I think it's absolutely no brainer. But even if you don't want to make those trades, if instead you're just looking at waiver wire moves, yes, with the free roster spot you have, go pick up Jonathan Brooks. And also, I would cut Jamison Williams in favor of Jalen Waddle. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. But let's see this. Grant says, do you have to deposit into Underdog to get a team review? Anyone? Yeah, so if you wanted one of these like free team reviews that we're doing in the live stream every day, if you went over to Underdog Fantasy, use promo code FLOCK, and you have to make at least a $10 deposit. So if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which the link is in the live chat, make a $10 deposit with code FLOCK, and make sure you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we're able to go through and we're able to credit you with a free team review voucher. Okay. But let's move this over. This is going to be a start-sit question that we have from Miss Schuster. Here, wide receiver, we have no Tyreek this week. We possibly have no Malik Nabers this week. So in that instance, I think we're going to be going with Ladd and Jamison Williams. Josh Downs missed practice today. Not only did Josh Downs miss practice, but at the same time, you're in a spot in which Anthony Richardson is back in at quarterback. So if AR is back in at quarterback, we're going to expect that the passing volume here in Detroit goes down dramatically. Tight end, we're going to go Tucker Kraft. Running back, I mean, we are sitting with probably Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson did miss practice today, but also Brian Robinson missed practice all last week and he ended up playing anyway, so it really just didn't matter. And then going down to what we have with the flex spots. Here, maybe it's going to be a little bit more frustrating. Obviously, we're really hoping that Nabers is going to go. But even if Anthony Richardson's the starting quarterback, I still probably start Josh Downs over some of these other guys if Downs should play. And then we're going to go ahead. We are going to start Devin Singletary as well. But it's very difficult to know this right now where we don't have the 100% certainty Singletary's playing. We don't have the 100% certainty that Josh Downs is playing. Obviously, if Nabers does play, you play Malik Nabers over Devin Singletary here. But we are going to have to probably get a little more information with this as the week goes on. But let's move this over to get another free Underdog team review. This is Your Girl Keep Collins Me. Says, Mason, love the channel. Appreciate the videos and the streams every day. I'm currently 5-0 in my league. I just put Nico on the IR, and I'm dropping the Colts defense after this week, and I'll have a roster spot open. Should I look to upgrade the team via trade or leave it as is? We have CMC on the IR as well. Okay, so first thing is, with this squad being 5-0, really what we are trying to optimize for is long-term upside. We are not incentivized to think about the short-term production. Guys like Jordan Mason for us make sense when we have McCaffrey. But honestly, if we didn't have McCaffrey here, I'd probably look to sell Jordan Mason on a 5-0 team. Now, looking at the squad, currently it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spot. So the wide receiver depth isn't going to make a big difference. So when we look down here at the bench, I think it's a spot that we probably want to be optimizing for high upside running backs where we can. And if we can get a pop with one of the bench wide receivers and go ahead and look to sell them in a 2-for-1 deal, the majority of the time in a format like this in particular, I mean, that would be an advantageous trade if we can make it. Now, going over to quarterback, we are sitting with Josh Allen. Obviously, Allen has not been the QB1 this season. So it is a little bit frustrating, but you still have the crazy ceiling from a rushing perspective. I do still have him as a top 5 quarterback. I don't think you need to roster a backup with Allen. He will be fine. And real quick, we are 1 like away from 600 likes. Hit that like button if you have not done so. But anyway, going over to what we have with the bench. Currently at quarterback, we have nobody. So yeah, honestly, completely fine with having that. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Josh Jacobs, Jordan Mason. So typically on a 5-0 roster, I'd say, you know what? We probably want to be optimizing a little bit more for long-term upside rather than the short-term production like Jordan Mason. But specifically on a team where we already have that long-term upside kind of banked in, and we need to cover production at least over the next few weeks with no CMC and with no Nico Collins, I actually think Jordan Mason's like the perfect guy to have here. We have quality depth pieces like DeAndre Swift and Braylon Allen as well. So running back, really strong in the long term when you get McCaffrey back, but I mean, even strong in the short term. Going over to wide receiver, we have Godwin, Drake London, two guys who are presumably low in wide receiver ones, high in wide receiver twos. We have DK Metcalf in the flex as well. A phenomenal flex play going down to the bench. We have Adams and Keon Coleman for long-term upside. Going over to tight end, we currently are sitting with Tucker Kraft, who looks to be a top 10 tight ends. We also have Dallas Goedert, who looks to be a top end tight ends. So across the board, this is already a nuts team that can very easily get past the injuries that we have to Nico Collins and Christian McCaffrey. It's a 5-0 roster, so you are highly incentivized to just hold on to CMC and Nico Collins and wait for them to come back in and be healthy. So as we look at the squad here, I don't really think that there is anything that I would particularly do. If there was a trade, that'd be a no-brainer for us. I think it would involve possibly trading Dallas Goedert and one of the receivers to go get an upgrade at wide receiver. Like if you could go Dallas Goedert and Chris Godwin to go get to like Tyreek Hill on a team that's 5-0, where we are thinking just long-term upside, where we're not starting Dallas Goedert anyway because we have the production with Tucker Kraft. I think that could be something that you look to do. Definitely not something that you have to, however. I mean, it's a 5-0 team that's freaking nutted, and it's only going to get better when we get Collins and CMC back. So I love the squad. I wish my team looked half this good. But I think the only thing you could possibly do is squeeze out a little bit of value there from Dallas Goedert and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade inside the starting lineup. But afterwards, we're probably chilling as is and not really looking to do much. But again, thank you for being a member of the flock. I wish I had more for you, but what am I supposed to say with the nutted team? Now, this trade coming out from J. Rule says, hey, we need a viable flex after losing Rice. Can you look at the team in my opponents and let me know? So looking at this, going from Bowers to Kittle, lateral move / slight downgrade if Devontae Adams ends up getting traded. Kareem Hunt to Chris Godwin. I'd rather have Godwin long-term. We're paying J.K. Dobbins to get it done. Going through and looking at the squad, what I would probably prefer doing if we were trying to come up with a different offer here is maybe keeping one of the running backs where it seems like we're pretty damn strong at receiver already. And with the James Cook injury, maybe we need one of these depth running back pieces. So if you could keep one of the running backs and instead give him a wide receiver like Keenan Allen, I don't even really care what running back you end up keeping and what running back you give away. I think Dobbins and Kareem Hunt are very similar in the long term. But yeah, if you wanted to keep a running back and instead send like Keenan Allen, instead send Xavier Legette, and instead send Jalen Tolbert and go ahead and make a move like that, I think this would be a much more appealing trade for me rather than giving up both running back depth pieces, because it does look like you have a considerable amount of upside with both the combo of Kareem Hunt and J.K. Dobbins. Now going over to what we have with our next team. This is another one of those free underdog team reviews. This is Southside Bar Crawl, Gloam, something like that. Started with Laporta, stashed Hawkinson on the IR, was offered Kelsey for Charbonnet, now overloaded with tight ends, and no Nico Collins. So I just take the L this week and ride out with the injuries and hope for a strong playoff roster. So first thing is looking at what we have currently with the team. We are fourth with the league analyzer, but what is crazy is obviously the league analyzer kind of breaks it down, color codes it, and your tight end bar is massive. The biggest tight end bar that I've seen so far. Now, with that being said, one, I like the team name. And actually, no, oh, dear God, almost looked at the wrong one. Never mind. We are 3-2. I was going to say, 5-0 roster. If we have the Nico Collins injury, then yes, we're just going to be riding it out. Then yes, we are just going to be looking long term. So looking at this team, that's 3-2. The Nico Collins injury really hurts. If you're looking at the Nico Collins injury, it is adding to a wide receiver room that already was dealing with the injury to Puka Nacua, that also sees Derek Carr go down, and all of a sudden, Jakobi Meyers is less appealing. So I think if we can make a trade, you just simply have to. It's a 3-2 roster as well, so we're not able to say, F it, we're 5-0. The only thing that matters is long-term upside. No, we're 3-2. I mean, we're comfortable, but we still need to be winning games in the short term here. It's not like we can just completely punt everything down the road. Quarterback, we have Stroud. Running back, we are sitting with Kamara, Aaron Jones, Chuba Hubbard, Tank Bigsby, Ty Chandler, Dameon Pierce. So we are trying to optimize for running backs with upside down here on the bottom end of the bench. To be honest with you, I think we actually really need a tight end. I'd pick up, obviously we don't, I'm joking. But I think that you could drop Dameon Pierce and you could get Anthony Richardson and just look at, okay, Anthony Richardson has the name appeal. He has the brand recognition. If he comes out and he has a bunch of rushing production this week, he runs the ball for 80 rushing yards, multiple rushing touchdowns. All of a sudden, his value could be a massive pop in fantasy. Whereas Joe Mixon practice today, I don't necessarily know if we can see that pop from Pierce. And we have plenty of running back depth, so I probably cut Pierce, pick up A-Rich. And going over to wide receiver, yeah, losing Nico, having no Puka, Olave not being exciting with no Derek Carr. This is an uphill battle. Right now this week, we're starting Chris Olave with no Derek Carr, and we're starting Jakobi Meyers at wide receiver. So 100% plan A, and obviously I understand that it is much easier said than done. But plan A is if you're able to go through and you're able to potentially package together one of these tight ends with a wide receiver to go get a wide receiver upgrade, let's do it. Now, looking at the moves that we can make, obviously the easy thing for me to say is, oh, okay, yeah, we want to go ahead and we want to look to sell Sam Laporta with Chris Olave and go get the best wide receiver we can. And in theory, with how damn good Travis Kelce looks right now, we would love to keep Kelce. We would love to sell Laporta. We would love to sell Hawkinson and get the wide receiver upgrade that way. Now, just because that's the best move in theory doesn't mean that's the move that we should be looking to make. We can try it. But from what I've seen in the live streams, and I'm very clear, I'd never claim to be the best fantasy football player in the world. We all know that would be a massive lie. But what I can claim is that I answer more fantasy football questions than anybody else on the planet. We live stream for 5 hours every single day, done it for years pretty much. I don't see anybody trading for Sam Laporta right now. I don't see anybody trading for TJ Hawkinson. So looking at what you could do, I think it's going to be tough to sell one of those tight ends. And instead, what I think you probably end up getting stuck with is you have to sell Travis Kelce and Chris Olave, get an elite wide receiver right now, open up a roster spot. You'll be able to pick up another wide receiver off the waiver wire with Keenan Allen or Xavier Legette. We'll still have enough tight end production to get by with Sam Laporta and TJ Hawkinson. Then at that point, we can afford to hold on to the long-term upside of what you have with Puka Nacua. We can afford to hold on to the long-term upside with what we have with Nico Collins. So yeah, that's going to be the main thing that we do. 1, cut Pierce, pick up A-Rich. 2, sell Kelce and Olave, get the best wide receiver we can in return. I think you should be able to get an elite option. Kelce is clear tight end 1 right now. Roll with Laporta and Hawkinson rest of the season with the open roster spot, pick up another wide receiver. But I appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to Eddie here. Says, hey Mason, I'm in first. Nico's on the IR. Is this trade worth it as a Jordan Mason? Worth as Mason might be on limited time. No, it's not. The thing is, we're trading for Tank Dell. Like, does Tank Dell make a massive, massive difference for you? Probably not. Whereas even if we are in first place, Jordan Mason can give you running back one production for the next few weeks. So I think you just go ahead. I think you just hold on to him. Now, T Quick coming out with a trade question. Says, I'm 5-0. We have Nico, Kyron, T, Wilson, Cook, Adams, Rome, Dowdle, Javonte, and Lamar. What are your thoughts? I think that Mark Andrews is not really worth the roster spot at this point. James Cook to Jahmyr Gibbs is a massive upgrade in general, but especially as you throw on the fact that you can now sprinkle in the addition of a James Cook injury, it makes it even more appealing. So going Cook, Godwin to Gibbs. And I mean, Godwin versus Bowers are about the same. Andrews not worth the roster spot. So I think getting the best player here in Jahmyr Gibbs is absolutely no brainer. You add on the fact that Jahmyr Gibbs has already gone through his bye week. Let's go get Gibbs here. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next trade question. This is coming out from Nick. This is Chase Brown, Tony Pollard versus Jaden Reed. We got another offer, Brian Thomas Jr. for Dowdle and Pollard. I would rather have Reed over Brian Thomas Jr. With this, let's look at our running back room. Afterwards, we'd have James Conner, Jahmyr Gibbs, Braylon Allen, Rico Dowdle. So we still have plenty of running back depth. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So if it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, I probably just prefer getting the best player, which is Jaden Reed here. Now, it's not a super easy call, to be honest. It's not super easy. Especially if you think Zach Moss misses any time. Now, JMA Reed with a trade question. This is Rico Dowdle, Terry McLaurin versus Zach Charbonnet and Sam Laporta. So I have Laporta and Terry very similar in our rest of season rankings, where I think it kind of just comes down to you and your roster. Now, Dowdle versus Zach Charbonnet, at this point, you have to prefer Rico Dowdle. So I think the value side's probably on the Dowdle and Terry side. However, with that being said, I mean, if you really needed a tight end, I think Laporta is still a top 10 tight end rest of season. Closer to about a top 5 tight end, to be honest. And you're through the bye week as well. Now let's move this over for Frank the Tank. Here, this is Pickens, Chuba Hubbard versus DJ Moore, Dallas Goedert. So Pickens versus DJ Moore, it's DJ Moore by a mile. Chuba versus Dallas Goedert's kind of up to your team. Obviously, you'd rather have Chuba in the short term. The question is, as Jonathan Brooks comes in, then at that point, is it something that you want to reevaluate? So what I would probably look to do here is I would probably go for the long-term option, I believe to be the best player in the deal in DJ Moore, especially if you think that Caleb Williams will continue to improve, both with the efficiency and the volume you see in this offense, which is definitely a possibility. Now, Real Superman coming out with a free Underdog team review. This is, for the love of the game, I've made a few trades since the last review. We're 2-3. I need to start getting some wins and consolidating the bench. Who do we move and where do we upgrade, or are we just going to be riding this out? Okay, so first thing I will say is we currently have the best team with this league analyzer. It is a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So with this in mind, it is a league where really the only thing that matters is the high-end upside and we don't particularly care about the wide receiver depth, the rest of the league's going to have such a hard time even competing with us. Like going through and pulling up this squad, right now you currently have Jamar Chase, A.J. Brown at wide receiver. We have Kyron Williams, Alvin Kamara, Joe Mixon, David Montgomery at running back. We have an elite quarterback and an elite tight end. What the hell are we supposed to do with this team? Going over and looking at the team at the very bottom of this league with their value. This team has Jacobs, Najee, Moss, Metcalf, DJ Moore, Kirk, Kittle, Mahomes. Like these teams at the bottom are just not going to be able to possibly contend with you. So it is going to be difficult for me to really advise anything here, to be honest. Now going over to what we have at quarterback. Currently, you are sitting with Jaden Daniels. Having Daniels, it's QB you don't need a backup for. Somebody that you're starting every single week, regardless of the matchup. Going over to running back, we have two top 5 options. Mixon and Montgomery are both phenomenal flex plays if we ever need them. So here, what I would say is, if we can find some teams that could use the combo of the Tampa backs, that could possibly use Javonte Williams, I mean, we would love to. Going over and checking out this squad. Right now, they have the injury to James Cook. They had the injury to Pacheco. So, I mean, they're 0-5. They need points right now. So, if you can trade them both of the Tampa backs and Rachaad White, Bucky Irving, throw them Lad McConkey, and pivot over to Cooper Kupp, pivot over to Chris Godwin, pivot over to Brandon Ayuk. For your team where you're so damn strong, I think you just kind of have to. Like going over and looking at the options that you have on the waiver wire as well. If you make that deal where we sell both the combo of the Tampa backs to get that top end wide receiver as a fill-in for either Chase or Brown, we could presumably open up 2 roster spots. We can pick up Keon Coleman and Braylon Allen for free. Obviously, wide receiver elite at the top. We have the elite tight end as well. So really, I think the only thing that you could possibly look to do with this team is go ahead and look to make that trade where you sell the running back depth pieces, get an upgrade there at the 3rd wide receiver slot to a team that's desperate for some running back production. But real quick, we just hit 700 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there, hitting that like button. When we hit 800 likes on the stream, we're going to pivot over and answer the free questions that we have in the live chat. But let's move this trade question over for Jaminski. This is Zay Flowers, Joe Mixon versus Jahmyr Gibbs. We're going to go ahead. We are going to get Jahmyr Gibbs here. In my mind, it's not too close either. Where if you are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, this is a running back in which you're already through the bye. You have the receiving usage. Not only do you have the receiving usage, but at the same time, you're running behind one of the best offensive lines in the league. So you have touchdown upside inherently. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to take Gibbs. We don't even know if Mixon's good to go this week. And obviously Mixon not through the bye week in his own right. Okay. So let's go through and let's dive into this next question that we have. This one's one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Rome, Shrubs, and Harmony. We are the #1 team with the league analyzer. It's a 12-team format where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, so the wide receiver depth does matter. Pulling this up, quarterback, we have Kyler and Caleb. I mean, I'm completely fine rostering Caleb here if you think that he has the upside to continue to improve. If you think that Caleb Williams could come out and Caleb Williams all of a sudden could start rushing the ball a little bit more as well. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we have Kyron Williams, we have Devon Achane. So for the long term, we have 2 RB1s. In the short term, it's difficult to say that we are super excited. I mean, I guess you can go through, and Pollard's already through the bye, so Pollard's going to be covering the Devon Achane lack of production until we get Tua back in. And then obviously when we get Tua back in, then at that point you can be freaking pumped to have Achane. The depth of Tracy, Blake Corum is kind of whatever. Previously thinking it was a spot where you could just go ahead and you could just cut Corum. But you actually did have no Ronnie Rivers this past week, and instead Blake Corum did have the usage. So it looks like Corum is starting to take over as the second back in this offense, and no longer is the third option here. Going over to a wide receiver, this is a spot where we can start 4 receivers weekly. We have Chase, so the elite wide receiver 1, Ayuk, Higgins as guys that we're excited to get in the lineup as well. Dell obviously gets the bump now that you have Nico Collins on the IR. And honestly, officially with Collins on the IR, I probably need to go ahead. I need to update our rankings here. And I probably need to be moving Nico Collins up further. And I do want to remind everybody, if you are an annual member and you're a mother flocker on flockfantasy.com, please fill out this Google form. That way I can hook you up with the free merch that we are going to have for everybody. So please go over, fill out the Google form. That's on the site if you want free merch, if you are an annual mother flocker. But yeah, please let me update my rankings here to move Tank Dell up. But I mean, Dell, we can look to start specifically in that league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. I probably prefer Tank Dell over Rome Odunze. Probably need to move Rome behind JSN as well. I think, yeah, Tank Dell probably goes up to being a wide receiver 3 for me in my rankings rest of season. Romeo Dobbs, fine depth. We have the elite tight end with Trey McBride. So the reality of the situation is, honestly, I don't really think that there's much that you need to do with this team. It's a situation where you are pretty much set up for the long-term upside already on a team that's what we should be focusing in on, since we are currently sitting at 3-2. We are just kind of waiting for Tua to come back in, and then at that point, Achane is obviously a lot more exciting. But yeah, definitely an interesting team. I wish I had more for you. If it was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I definitely think that we look to make a move. However, you just simply can't. And a league where you have to start, I mean, you can't start 4 receivers weekly, and we don't have the depth to be doing much. If you wanted to cut Blake Corum to go get Trey Sermon, Jalen Warren, or Juju Smith-Schuster, I think you can. I'd probably rather have Jalen Warren over Blake Corum, even if we had Kyron Williams. Now, moving this over, this is House of Hilder. Says, hey, fellas, wanted your feedback on trades or moves we could make for either current or future value. This is our first season in a 10-team keeper league, full PPR. I'm 3-2, but we have the most points scored in the league. Really looking forward to hearing your thoughts. Thanks again. Thank you. Going to be excited to check this out. And I will say, you definitely don't need to submit screenshots. If you're linked with the league analyzer, just click the team that you want to be submitting or the league you want to be submitting. And we can go ahead and we can play around with everything on our end. But maybe you wanted to include the rookie picks we have. But even with the league analyzer, we can see all the rookie picks that you have as well. So please let me know in the live chat. House of Hilder, are you in the live chat? Because I would like to know how many keepers you have in this league, if possible. But anyway, it's a team where you are currently sitting with Lamar Jackson. Ryan, thank you, my friend. Thank you. I appreciate it. But we have Lamar Jackson and a quarterback. So having Brock Purdy as our second option here, it's not like we need Purdy. Like, I think typically if we have Lamar, obviously we are fine just chilling here rest of season. And the hesitation that we have is Brock Purdy's not good enough to trade where you're not going to get anything for him. And he's probably a little too good to cut. So you're probably kind of stuck here with Purdy and Lamar both on the squad. Going over to running back, ignore the RB7, the RB17. Those are dynasty values. With this being a keeper league, that's why it's pulling in dynasty values. But we should be thinking redraft here, as long as it's not a keeper league where you keep 5 or more players. If it's a keeper league where instead you're going to be looking at fewer than 5 options, we really just want to go through and think about what we can be doing to get points in this lineup right now, because you're always going to be having enough keepers we can go with year to year. So running back, Barkley, Derrick Henry, both top 5 RBs rest of season. The depth behind this is extremely limited. I actually think that Justice Hill is maybe a running back that you can just go ahead and look to move on from if you think Keaton Mitchell's coming back soon. Because the thing is, if Keaton Mitchell is back, even if Derrick Henry gets injured, are you going to go through? Are you going to start Keaton Mitchell? Are you going to start Justice? No, they probably are in a committee backfield where neither guy is viable. So I would prefer to look at some of the different options that we had on the waiver wire at running back. Going over to wide receiver, we are looking at Olave, JSN, Higgins, Mike Evans, Christian Kirk, Luke McCaffrey, Darius Slayton. So some of these wide receivers, not a super big fan of at the very bottom ends. But it is what it is. At the top ends, we do get hit with the Derek Carr injury, really negatively impacting Olave. Evans wide receiver 1, Higgins wide receiver 2, JSN wide receiver, or Olave wide receiver 3, JSN wide receiver 4 is kind of whatever at this point. It's not a phenomenal wide receiver room when it comes to the depth. Looking at tight end, we have Kittle and Gesicki. So, I mean, I think this team's fine. Really, the only thing that I would personally be looking at is, honestly with you, I don't necessarily know if we have enough value to be making a 2-for-1 trade with this team. Instead, I think you're better off going through and just making some quick waiver wire adjustments. Where if you have Kittle, I don't see a reason to be rostering a backup tight end, especially if that backup tight end's like Gesicki, where if Kittle gets injured, you can go through and pick up a bunch of different tight ends off the waiver wire that look like Mike Gesicki, so he's really not doing much. So I would drop Gesicki. I'd pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I would consider some of these guys that we're holding down here at the bottom end and ask yourself what the real upside is as well. But with the Olave injury, I think our wide receiver depth, the Derek Carr injury, I think our wide receiver depth maybe takes a little bit too much of a hit. And to revisit this is a league where we are currently starting up to 4 receivers weekly. So I don't think we're in a spot where we can afford to make a 2-for-1 trade by selling wide receiver depth to get an upgrade elsewhere. I think you just hold on to the anchor backs. We try to hope that we can get some of these wide receiver pops. We pick up somebody off the waiver wire by cutting Mike Gesicki. I wish I had more for you, but honestly, I think it's a well-constructed team, and it's probably going to be difficult to make too many moves there. But let's move this over and answer some of the questions that we have in the live chat. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. We'd be happy to try to answer as many as we possibly can. Kicking It says, is the website down? It won't let me click his personal name. Okay, so if y'all wanted to see the rankings that are free on flockfantasy.com are the average expert rankings, which that is the average of all these experts here. If you wanted to see just my rankings, those are going to be behind a paywall. So if you're a paid subscriber and you can't click my name, for the love of God, reach out to me so I can figure out what's going on. But if you're a free user, you should be able to see all the, you should be able to see the expert average, but mine would be behind a paywall in that instance. Okay. Let's see. Steven says Dak or Baker this week. I would rather have Dak Prescott. I think that if you are looking at Dak, this quarterback that has a phenomenal matchup here going up against the Detroit Lions, where it should be a very high scoring game environment, where the Lions have consistently showed that they are going to be a pass funnel. They're not going to let you run against them. Dak Prescott also sees a bunch of injuries with his defense. So we could presumably expect that the Dallas Cowboys are behind and having to throw the ball in the second half to keep up as well. I think it's a really high-scoring game environment. I want Dak. 2K says Fields or Anthony Richardson this week. As somebody that has Anthony Richardson on their team, I really hope the answer is A-Rich. However, with that being said, Anthony Richardson's his first week back from injury. If you are looking at the injuries that you have to the wide receiver position, you have no Pittman, you have no Downs. So I do think we have to lower expectations slightly when it comes to Anthony Richardson for his first week back in. He may be rushing the ball a little bit less. So I go ahead. I would start Justin Fields, but I really hope Anthony Richardson outscores him. So I don't look like I made a horrible trade in the Flock League if Richardson just falls flat on his face with all the receivers getting injured. Now, let's see. Diego says, what do you feel about the Bijan injury? I can go through and I can pull up all the updated reports that we have with this Bijan Robinson injury if y'all are interested. Let's go ahead and let's pull up all the injury reports that we have. We looked at this early in the live stream, but we can cover everything that we maybe didn't early on. So looking at this, Nick Chubb, David Njoku, Deonta Foreman all getting in a limited practice on Thursday. I would love to see Nick Chubb back in. I mean, Nick Chubb coming in this week would actually be a massive boom to my underdog teams, which would be great. Rashad Bateman gets in a limited practice. Dameon Pierce gets in a full practice. Joe Mixon was limited. Ramondre Stevenson doesn't practice again on Thursday. So here's what I may end up having to do. I may have to ask y'all to help me out with my lineup this week. I'm assuming I am not starting Ramondre Stevenson, but let me just double check. Actually, we do have Ramondre in a flex spot right now, so I'm actually going to be updating that. I probably will take Ramondre out of my second flex and instead throw Ladd McConkey in there. Let me know, what are y'all thinking here? What are y'all thinking? This is the team of destiny. 3-2, should be 4-1 if it wasn't for Frymuth freaking laddering, fumbling it at the end of the game. But anyway, I'm going Purdy tonight over Anthony Richardson. Tonight we'll also have the Niners defense going. Please come through for us. Running back, we have James Conner, DeAndre Swift, Javonte being played over Ramondre Stevenson, Austin Eckler. If we get Brian Robinson missing, which we're not expecting, but if that does happen, I would go ahead and I'd take Javonte out and put Austin Eckler in. Wide receiver, we have Jamar Chase, Devonta Smith, Ladd McConkey in. Obviously, we have Jalen Waddle here for the long term, but no Waddle this week. And then tight end, we're rolling out with Sam Laporta. So really the only questions I guess I have for y'all is, would y'all start Anthony Richardson or would you start Brock Purdy? Can you please spam the chat? Are you going to be going with Anthony Richardson or Brock Purdy? Yeah. I mean, I'm planning on benching Ramondre. We got Purdy, A-Ridge, Purdy, A-Ridge, Purdy. So it does look like the vast majority of people are going Brock Purdy, which is what I'm planning on doing. And then also between Javonte Williams, Austin Eckler, who are you playing? Javonte or Eckler? Who are you going with? Eckler, Javonte, Eckler, Javonte, Eckler. So this looks like it's split 50-50. What I'll probably end up doing is I'll probably just continuing to monitor the injury reports. And if it looks like Brian Robinson may be limited in the game or Brian Robinson may miss, then I probably pivot over to Austin Eckler. But as of it stands today, I am planning on Javonte, but I'm not sold on it. It's not like something I'm 100% doing. Okay. So let me go back to the other updates that we have with practices today. Joe Mixon officially limited. Ramondre Stevenson does not practice. A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith, both good to go. I think we already discussed this. Taysom Hill looks like he won't play. Rachaad White does not practice on Thursday. This is for sure something to monitor, where if Rachaad White were to miss, then at that point, Bucky Irving becomes somebody you have to get in. Have to play Bucky. Now, we already talked about Kamara. Zach Moss got in a limited practice, which is good to go. And yeah, I think we already covered all this other stuff. But again, if you have any questions in the chat, please let me know. I'd be happy to get them. John says, Mason, should I trade Nico Collins for Jordan Mason and Jameson? Long term, I'd rather have Nico Collins, but I mean, if you're 1-4, if you're 0-5, you got to do what you got to do. Okay. RN says, would you start Ladd McConkey over Rico Dowdle? I wouldn't. Both have really tough matchups. I think that Dowdle is in a better offense, and I think he has the guaranteed touches in his offense as well. Lucas says, Thomas or Diggs, full PBR rest of season. I'm going to be going with Diggs post Nico Collins injury. I'm very high. If you go over to my rankings on the sites, I'm very high on Stephon Diggs rest of season at this point. Stephon Diggs, we have him wide receiver 16 rest of season. Right behind Smith, Evans, Debo, Godwin, Kupp. Okay. Colton says, is Robinson going to play? I'm assuming this is Brian Robinson. Brian Robinson did not practice today, which will be something that we need to be on the lookout for. But also he didn't practice at all last week, and he still ended up playing. So, honestly, I'm expecting him to play, which is why I'm personally planning on benching Eckler, but we should get the clarity sooner rather than later. John says, Mason, should I trade Tank Bigsby for Bucky Irving? 100% you should trade Tank Bigsby for Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving has more upside as a receiver. Bucky Irving appears that he is in the better offense. And at the same time, it's only a 2-man backfield in Tampa, where it appears to be a 3-man backfield in Jacksonville. Like, the thing with this situation that you have currently with the Jacksonville Jaguars and Tank Bigsby is obviously Bigsby looked great this past week, but Dearness Johnson is seeing snaps here as well. So if you have say Dearness Johnson, Tank Bigsby, Travis Etienne, all splitting a backfield in a bad offense, and Bucky Irving, and Tank Bigsby doesn't have the receiving upside there, it's probably a spot that just go ahead and steer clear of Bigsby. Whereas Bucky has receiving upside. If you were to have an injury to Rachaad White, there's not another running back that you have to be worried about. Okay. But let's move this over to our next question. Levi says, Mason, should I trade Jordan Mason for Devon Achane? Yes, you should trade Jordan Mason for Devon Achane if you can. Trade Mason for Devon Achane. Obviously, short-term, Jordan Mason's a much better play. But long-term, under the assumption that Tua comes back in, there's a shot that McCaffrey does play as well. I think that Achane just has a much higher ceiling, particularly in a full PPR format as well. Okay. Now, let's move this over. RNG says, just curious, what does the Flock League use for waiver wire rules? We use Fab. Naeem says, pick 'em slip for tonight. I checked. There wasn't anything that I really, really liked. I can look again for you. But we can look at this together too. Are there any pick'ems that stand out for y'all over on Underdog Fantasy? I mean, you have Jordan Mason, higher, lower, 97.5 total yards. Geno Smith, higher, lower, 248.5. What's the passing attempts? I wouldn't mind at all going Geno Smith higher than 34.5 passing attempts in a game where the Niners are favored, where we have seen the Seattle Seahawks just completely abandon run in the past. So I wouldn't mind Geno higher than 34.5 passing attempts or higher than 23.5 passing completions. DK, you have higher, lower, 66.5 receiving yards. Probably a stay away. Debo, higher, lower, 71.5 total yards. Kittle, higher, lower, 50.5 yards. I don't know. Yes, the Chris Olave higher than 61.5 receiving yards looks to be a lock. That one's a lock. But I do know one that is actually a lock over there on Underdog for tonight. If you're new to Underdog Fantasy, you can get the Brock Purdy more than less than half a total yard pick for tonight's game if you use code FLOCK with the link in the live chat or the link in the description. Also, code FLOCK will hook you up with a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 and a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy if you are wanting that free team review voucher. But let's go ahead. Let's move this over and actually get some more of the questions going through on the site. And if you ever wanted to ask any questions over on flockfantasy.com, you can go over to the site, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. Hit that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, or a start sit question. Like I said, I would recommend if you wanted the team review to take advantage of the Underdog promo because it's definitely going to be the cheapest way to get it. But we just hit 800 likes on this live stream. So thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. But Jordan says, Nabers missed practice again. If he misses, should we pivot to Keon or Slayton off the waiver wire? And who would you drop? I would just play Pickens. Especially if we'd have to drop one of these guys. If we have Trey McBride, I would love to package together like Tucker Kraft and Javonte Williams and go get a running back upgrade. One thing I would do, maybe just in general, not even to... Actually, no, you will play Keon Coleman. Keon Coleman, you're going to have no Shakir. I think you possibly have a better day from Josh Allen. So what I think I would look to do is go ahead and potentially cut Roschon Johnson, pick up Keon Coleman. You could start Ladd McConkey if you wanted to, but I think Keon has the long-term upside that Roschon doesn't anyway. Okay. Now looking at this code Gaipo coming out. This is a trade where we send Terry and we get back David Montgomery. Can Dobbins be a viable running back too going forward? Is Terry McLaurin a fair 1-for-1 deal? I would rather have David Montgomery. Like if Gibbs were to go down, Montgomery changes from being an RB2 in fantasy, where right now he's a high-end RB2. But if Gibbs were to go down, then at that point, David Montgomery is a top 5 RB, where there is nothing that can change to here, one second. But there's nothing that you should change that would change Terry McLaurin's situation. Obviously, you already have the quarterback bump with Jaden Daniels. But at the same time, I mean, the passing volume there isn't super different than what you have when it comes to what was there last year. So I think Montgomery's already a better play than McLaurin right now. And if you think about how their situation could possibly change, I think Montgomery, you could see just him skyrocket to be an elite asset in fantasy, where that's not possible with Terry McLaurin. And Dobbins could be a viable RB2 in a 12-team format. I'd rather have him as an RB3, though. Now, moving this over for Justice. Kyron and Nico versus Joe Mixon, Drake London, DeAndre Swift. I would rather have Drake London over Nico Collins rest of season. Kyron versus Mixon and Swift. Give me Kyron. I think Kyron's the best player in this trade. We don't have the team links, so we're unable to see the other assets that we have. Can y'all spam the chat? Would y'all rather have the Kyron Williams side of this, or would you rather have the Drake London side of this? Would you rather have Kyron and Nico or London, Mixon, Swift? Kyron, London, London, Kyron. I think it is up to you and your roster. If you're 4-1, give me the Kyron side. If you're 5-0, give me the Kyron side. But if I'm 1-4, I definitely want the London side. There's no comment with this, so it's hard for me to know. So I think it's up to your team. To be honest, I think it's a fair deal. Okay. Now, a myth coming out with the start set question. It says JSN or Jalen Tolbert with no cooks might be a target monster. So wondering about, we have St. Brown for the flex, not changing that. Running back. Definitely want to monitor both the Zach Moss and Rachaad White practice reports. Zach Moss practiced today and Rachaad White didn't. So there is an outside chance that you end up pivoting over to Bucky Irving over Chase Brown. We'll just continue to monitor. And with JSN versus Jalen Tolbert, I probably go with Jackson Smith and Jigba, but they are extremely close. Where, yeah, Tolbert had a career high in targets last week with 10. It's a great matchup against the Detroit Lions. And yeah, obviously, you have no Brandon Cooks, which just gives him the guaranteed role. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from Damien. Here, says, could also pick up Justice Hill for running back and Wicks off waivers. Okay, so let's look at this. Definitely not cutting any of these players for Justice Hill. Running back, I think that's... I would rather have Zach Charbonnet over Braylon Allen and Antonio Gibson if we knew that Ramondre Stevenson was playing. Obviously, it's difficult with Zach Charbonnet in that you have to make the call tonight. And we aren't going to have the clarity on Ramondre Stevenson by the time you have to make that decision. But with that being said, I probably would just go ahead. I probably would roll the dice on Gibson with no Ramondre Stevenson in practice on Thursday and hoping that Ramondre sees a lesson roll or Ramondre possibly misses. And then for the flex, Shaheed's going to play, but he's going to be in a garbage offense. Dear God. I would go Dontavian Wicks. I would drop Dobbs and pick up Dontavian Wicks and just play him. Like, if Derek Carr was the quarterback for the Saints, it's Shaheed, not even close. But drop Dobbs, pick up Wicks. I'm going to put Dobbs into the flex and just hopefully make that clear. Now, Ethan coming out. This is Chuba Hubbard, T. Higgins versus Deebo Samuel, Bijan Robinson. So Chuba Hubbard to Bijan Robinson, massive upgrade in the long term. T. Higgins to Deebo Samuel, upgrade in the long term. This is Deebo and Bijan's not even remotely close either. Now, Soother's coming out with a trade question. This is Ladd McConkey, Jordan Mason versus Tyreek Hill. I'm worried about Mason's output and how Brian Robinson will be able to fill in. Well, I think if CMC does come back, this is a no-brainer. Tyreek Hill wins this deal. If CMC does not, but Tua does, then at that point it's kind of a close trade because we should have sold a mid RB1 then for an elite wide receiver one, and we paid Ladd to get it done. So the only instance which I'm not doing this is if you think that there's a shot where you end up seeing no Tua ever again. If you think that happens, then you can hold on to the Jordan Mason, Ladd McConkey side. But since I personally think Tua's coming back, I'm going to go Tyreek Hill. Fantasy Lance, happy birthday. How are you celebrating? We got a big birthday day planned up here, my friend. Here's what we did. Last night, we live streamed until about 3 a.m. We went to bed. We woke up. We rolled out of bed. We recorded a video. We started live streaming. We're going to stream for about 5 hours till kickoff. We're going to record another video during the game as we watch the game on the second monitor. And then after the game, we'll be live streaming and we'll be going to bed and trying to sleep. So big, big birthday day planned. Very different than the normal days that we have. But appreciate seeing you and thank you, my guy. But let's move this over to Russian propaganda. This is a 16-team league. Okay, so obviously 16-team format. You are needing to go through and dramatically lower expectations. For a running back to be an RB, a high-end RB1 in a 10-team league, they have to be the RB5 or better. For them to be a high-end RB1 in a 16-team format, they need to be the RB8 or better. But there's no waivers, Fab, just add and drop. People have dropped Collins, McBride, AR, traded McLaurin for Cup as soon as he got injured. I'm a little nervous about HN and have no need for Pitts. Any thoughts on the current quarterback situation? Well, first thing is it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, which kind of does save us in a 16-team format where obviously in a 16-team format, the depth is going to be a massive priority. But looking at the team with the league analyzer, nobody comes remotely close to us. Nobody comes close to us. And just to give you all expectations, this is what a 2 and 3 team looks like in a 16-team format. Running back, they have Mixon and Emmanuel Wilson. Receiver, they have Godwin, Keon, Allen Lazard. Like, just to make sure, because this may look like an average 12-team league, but if it looks like an average 12-teamer, then it's going to be absurd in a 16-team league. Now, starting off at quarterback, we have AR and Justin Fields. I think both are top 16 quarterbacks. I think both are QB1s in a format like this. However, with that being said, I think you're in a spot in which you can just play the matchups between these guys. In a 12-team format, I'm probably not that excited about it. But in a 16-team league, you definitely are, especially with the rushing upside that they give you. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Kyron Williams, Devon Achane. Even with no Tua, I would still be ranking Achane as a top 16 RB. So in the short term, we have 2 RB1s. In the long term, we have 2 high-end RB1s. It's a team in which we are 4-1, so we should be thinking about long-term upside. We have Chase Brown, who's possibly an RB2 in a 16-team league. Charbonnet, who's a high-end RB3, low-end RB2 in a 16-team league. Keaton Mitchell, fine. I mean, this is just a phenomenal team. Wide receiver, we have Chase, Cup, Collins, Pickens, Downs. Tight end, we have McBride, Pitts. Looking at the waiver wire, it's not like the waiver wire has anybody that's appealing right now. If Keaton Mitchell's not on your IR, we drop him. We pick up Ray Davis with the injury that you have to James Cook. But I'm assuming that Keaton Mitchell's on the IR, so a move like that doesn't really do anything for us. So if we're looking at this, there's nothing that we can do with this team. It's a 16-team league where we are elite at every position, where we're 4-1. You're already set up exactly how we would want to be. But like we have Achane as a better long-term option than a short-term. Cup, Nico Collins, both injured right now, better long-term options. So we kind of need to be holding on to the short-term depth that we have for long-term upside. Obviously, if you had the ability to go through and trade away Kyle Pitts and possibly send Kyle Pitts and maybe I don't know, George Pickens to go get a wide receiver upgrade from a team that needs a tight ends. This team is Mark Andrews. This team is Eric Hall. I mean, if you can send Pitts and George Pickens and go get Deebo Samuel, we would 100% do that. Where we have McBride that we can start every single week regardless of the matchup. So that's really the only play that you could make, but I'm sure you already know it. So I'm sure that the reason we haven't done it yet is it may not be possible. But yeah, this is a phenomenal team, especially on a team where you are 4-1. I think you are kind of set up how we want to be, and there aren't too many moves to be making from here. I wish I had more for you, but obviously you're just so much better than every other team in this league. What can we possibly say? Now, Deebo Samuel, Lamar Jackson coming out says, use the Flock trade calculator to rework last night's trade, also receiving $12 fab. So looking at this, I think this is a better trade than what we had last night. Looking at the team, after we make the trade wide receiver, we would have Flowers, Godwin, Deebo, Devonta Smith. I think you could probably squeeze a little bit more out of here with the T. Higgins, Deebo Samuel side. It's not a bad price point at all. It just comes down to what your personal expectations are with Jonathan Brooks in particular. But from what I would be expecting is I would expect that you could maybe get a little bit more for T. Higgins and DJ Moore coming off the monstrous week. Now, Ha Daddy coming out with a start set. Here at wide receiver, we go with Smith as a must-start play. Ayuk as a must-start play this week. A running back, obviously, we play Kamari. Was at practice today. We play Brees, no questions. Quarterback, we go Fields over Anthony Richardson. I'm a little worried Richardson may not run the ball a ton his first week back from injury. And then going over to the flex between Najee, Devontae Adams, Juju Smith-Schuster, Braylon Allen, Keon Coleman, and Josh Downs. Josh Downs banged up. Anthony Richardson should be the starting quarterback for the Colts. So not super excited about any of the receivers here. And I think in that instance, what I'm probably wanting to do is I probably just want to take the guaranteed touches that we have with Najee Harris. Obviously, under the assumption that you have no Jaylen Warren. Where if Jaylen Warren would be good to go, then you lower Najee down dramatically. Okay. Now, let's move this over to Ha Daddy's next team. We're 1-4, literally been getting screwed. This team isn't even that bad. Well, starting off wide receiver, we had the A.J. Brown injury, which probably put our wide receiver position in a tough spot at first, but he's fully back through the bye. Happy to see it. So we have A.J. Brown, Drake London, and at receiver, Ferguson also missed some time with his own injury. Running back, we're rolling out Jahmyr Gibbs. And then presumably James Cook, if James Cook's good to go. If James Cook isn't, then instead we pivot over to Devin Singletary. And then for the flex spot, I think that you're going to go ahead. You're probably going to play George Pickens. George Pickens over here crying in Pittsburgh that he's not getting enough work. So possibly that gets the squeaky wheel a little bit of grease and a few more targets. Now, Tanner coming out with a trade question. 4-1, Lamb is my wide receiver 1 with way too much running back depth. What are we thinking? Okay. I think Deebo to Nico Collins is a... Let's go Puka to Nico Collins, tomato. Both wide receivers that should be wide receiver 1s when they play. We don't have a timeline on Puka Nacua right now, but we can assume that, I mean, he's going through the bye week this week. It's probably going to have more games played than Nico Collins rest of season. So it's up to you with Puka, Nico. Mixon, Kareem Hunt, Deebo Samuel versus Justin Jefferson. Because, let me double check. Yeah, this is a linked team. So this is an 8-team league. Everybody watching this understand this is an 8-team format. Maybe you shouldn't do this league in your format if depth matters a little bit more. But with this being an 8-team league, we want the best player in the deal. The best player in the deal is Justin Jefferson. So we're going to go in that direction. Okay. Now, Silver Nuts coming out with a team review. Here, you can link your sleeper team with the site, my friend. So please, next time, just go ahead, link your team with the site. That way I can look at everything for you rather than just screenshots. But this is a league where you start 2 receivers and 2 flex spots. So the wide receiver depth does matter a bit. We have a taxi, so this is going to be a dynasty format as well. It's a little bit of a shallower dynasty league. It's more built as if it's a redraft league. And we are currently, I don't see our record on the screenshot, but we have a really strong roster. I'd imagine that we are probably winning games here. But right now we have Jaden Daniels at quarterback. So we have the elite QB that we're able to start every single week, regardless of his matchup. So don't need a backup in a redraft league. Obviously in dynasty, we're going to have the expended bench so we can. But we have Fields and Stroud. So, I mean, if you can go through and target, say, another quarterback. I'm sorry, not another quarterback. Another team that needs a quarterback and see what they'd be willing to give with Fields. I think that would be very interesting because when we have Strouds and Daniels paired up on the same squad, you're in a situation in which we don't really need quarterback help in either the short or long term. So if you can find like the Mahomes team that maybe would rather start Fields right now, send them Justin Fields and really get an upgrade anywhere. I think that would make sense. Now, going over to what we have with our next room. Running back is a position that typically we only care about on a contending team. This is a team that probably needs to contend, knowing that we sold our future first-round pick, so we don't really have any incentive to go through and look to rebuild. We have Devon Achane, so with Achane, should be a long-term RB1, short-term RB2 with the Tua injury. We have Chase Brown or Madre Stevenson falling like a rock, but maybe Chase Brown's breakout saves us here. And then going down to what we have with the bench, we have Roshan, we have Zach Moss. So we have okay running back production, but definitely on a contending team, we probably would look to improve if possible. Going over to what we have at wide receiver, I mean, we are currently looking at a wide receiver room that is elite. We have Jefferson, cornerstone asset. We can build around him in the short term and the long term. London, cornerstone asset. Brian Thomas, cornerstone asset. Malik Nabers, cornerstone asset. Phenomenal wide receiver room. I think this puts you in a position where you 100% want to be pushing to try to contend this year. I think something that would make sense is looking at a name like Rome Odunze, who obviously is super exciting in the long term. And with most dynasty teams, I'm probably not wanting to sell him. But if you could go through and possibly pivot off of Rome and get an upgrade at running back, I think it could be interesting. Like if we can go ahead and look to sell, say, Rome and go to a team that is contending that has a running back like Saquon Barkley. If I was a rebuilding roster, I would way rather have Rome Odunze for the long term in dynasty. Whereas obviously for our squad where we really need some help at running back right now, I think it's probably a little bit of a better situation for us to just go ahead and pivot over to that pivot over to the running back that's going to help us in the short term, especially when we have all the cornerstone assets at the position right now. We have McBride, cornerstone tight end. We can contend with him right now. We can build around long term. Phenomenal team in dynasty. But since we sold our 2025 first, I think you are heavily incentivized and skewed to try to win right now. So I think you should possibly look to trade for one of those contending assets at the running back position. Now let's move this trade over for Card Chisel. This is David Montgomery versus Tyreek Hill. This is Tyreek Hill by a mile. Even if we're 2-3, the other offer was Montgomery for Jaden Reed. I think my other running backs are fine to take this. Yes, you take Tyreek Hill. In the short term, when we have no Tua, yes. You probably should start Montgomery if you had to choose between the two. But when we get Tyreek back in, when we get Tua back in, Tyreek will be the elite wide receiver one. So I think you go through, I think you take Tyreek Hill easily. Now, Dustin coming out with the start sit says second quarterback spot is actually a super flex. Okay, good to know. We're gonna so we can't start Darnold there this week. Sorry, we put Darnold in. Dear God, I'm an idiot. Anyway, running back, we're gonna put Travis Etienne if he's good to go. Looks like Zach Moss did practice. We need to possibly consider somebody else here over Malik Nabers this week. We're gonna go George Pickens there at the wide receiver slot, and then for the flex, I think we're gonna be going with Chase Brown. And then in the super flex, we go Malik Nabers if Malik Nabers is good. If Malik Nabers is not, we go Rome Odunze. But it is a little bit frustrating that obviously Rome will be playing super early on Sunday, whereas you're looking at Chase Brown. You're looking at Malik Nabers with the really late game on Sunday, so we're probably not going to have the clarity by the time we have to make that decision. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next trade question. This one coming out from Dillbag says, in a situation where I can make a 4-for-2 or 4-for-3 to boost the team to a real contender, any ideas? Going from DeAndre Swift to Joe Mixon, big time upgrade. Going from Jaden Reed to Amon-Ra St. Brown, big time upgrade. To pay DK Metcalf and Tank Dell to get this done is an absolute no-brainer, especially if you have the depth to be able to pull it off. Where after the trade, wide receiver, we'd have Amon-Ra St. Brown. We'd have CeeDee Lamb and Cooper Kupp, and then freaking Ladd McConkey, wide receiver 4, nutso wide receiver room. Running back, we have Christian Kirk. Running back, we have Achane, Mixon, Rico Dowdle. So this is a no-brainer. You win this deal. You have plenty of depth where you can't afford to make the trade, and St. Brown's already through the bye as well. Okay. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is going to be one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is Taste the Biscuit. It says, I think I just broke the league. Week 1, traded Terry Robinson Kelsey for London Jameson. Got Mason on the waiver wires and traded him and Jameson for Kamara. Dear God. And then traded Connor for Achane. Any tips to finish the season with ease, or is it just over? Well, first off, if you look at the league analyzer, yes, we are just crushing everybody else here. We literally have 3 times the value as the bottom team in the league. Like, this is a nutso situation. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the depth doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is having the highest ceiling you could possibly get in your starting lineup. We have the elite QB1 with Lamar Jackson. Don't even need a backup quarterback. If you could sell Dak Prescott in a 2-for-1 deal, we want to go ahead and we want to do it. Running back, we have Kamara, Derrick Henry. We have 2 top 5 RBs. We have we have another RB1 in the long term with Devon Achane. We have quality depth piece with Tony Pollard. Wide receiver, we have 2 top 10 options with Jefferson, London. We have Ayuk, Higgins, Thomas, nuts depth. Tight end, we have Bowers and Evan Ingram. Phenomenal team. What am I supposed to say when we're doing this? Realistically speaking, I don't know what we could do with this team. I mean, if you could sell Brian Thomas and Tony Pollard and get another elite running back, then sure, go for it. Then you pick Keon Coleman for just absolutely free off the waiver wire. But I don't know what we can tell you. You've already locked this league down. I mean, you already know you're already doing these trades. Really, the only thing that makes sense for you at this point is continued 2-for-1 deals where you sell some of the depth that we have to get studs with this team. But clearly, based off the trades you've been making so far, you already know this, and I'm not really reinventing anything for you here. Now, going over to our next trade question. This was coming out from Celaroo. This is Dell Ladd versus Cooper Kupp. This is Cooper Kupp by a mile. So we got a report last week saying that Kupp's maybe going to be good to go for week 7, which kind of goes under the waiver wire. I mean, not under the waiver wire, under the radar. I can't speak. Because obviously the Rams have the bye week this week. But if Kupp is back in, Puga's not. Kupp goes back to being what? Top 5 wide receiver in fantasy, top 10 wide receiver in fantasy. It's an absolute no-brainer. No-brainer. Okay. Let's move this over to a free team review from Rocco. This is one of those free underdog team reviews. This is Tyreek Hill. It's the number 1 team in the league. Says team is 1-4. Well, number 1 team in the league with terms of league value. Any chance we could try to make a potential trade or anybody we should target? So it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. Wide receiver depth doesn't matter much. If we are looking at what you have specifically, a team that's 1-4, where we have a lot of this long-term upside, we kind of need to just start cashing it in for short-term production. Like, it sucks that we have the Tua injury that impacts Tua, impacts Tyreek. We had the injury to Joe Mixon. We had the injury to Kenneth Walker. Marvin Harrison's a rookie where we're looking at long-term upside. We had the injury to Trey McBride. This team has been absolutely devastated this season. Now, it should be much better going into the future. But first thing I want to say is, like, if you could pivot from Tyreek Hill to go get a player like Garrett Wilson, I think that would make sense just to pivot off and maybe sell the long-term upside for the short-term production, specifically on a team that's 1-4. That's kind of what we have to be doing. With that in mind as well, if you wanted to go through, if you wanted to see if we could sell Xavier Worthy and Tony Pollard in a 2-for-1 deal to go get an upgrade to a running back that we're more so excited about in the short term. Whereas if you're going to be looking at what you have with Xavier Worthy in the long term, obviously, Worthy in the long term is super exciting, but it doesn't matter if the rookie continues to improve. And by the time we get to week 12, he's crushing. If we are already bounced from the playoffs by the time you get to that point. So I would love to go through, see if we can sell Worthy, Pollard, get a running back upgrade, see if we can pivot from Tyreek Hill, who has the wide receiver 1 overall upside in the long term, but it's a wide receiver 2 in the short term with a Tua injury, and just get to a mid wide receiver 1 like Garrett Wilson. I think that would be interesting. Outside of that, if we do have Joe Mixon coming back this week and you're able to sell, say, Pollard and Worthy and go get a very solid RB3, another possibility of what you could look to do is see if we can move Kareem Hunt and Brock Purdy to get an elite level quarterback, because then at that point, I mean, we have Hunt there as our RB4, which is plenty of depth, and we really love to see it, especially on a team that's thinking a little more long-term. But on a team that's 1-4 where we need production right now, I think probably the priority is just getting points into the lineup immediately. So it's a team that has a lot of long-term value, but Walker, better long-term asset than short-term. Mixon, better long-term asset than short-term. Tyreek, Harrison, could say the same thing about them. Worthy, better long-term asset than short-term. So I think you have to convert some of this long-term value into short-term production. And the way that we go about doing that is seeing if we can pivot off Tyreek, seeing if we can get some value out of Worthy in a 2-for-1 deal in particular. But thank you again. Really hope I was able to help you out in some way here. And great team. I just think that obviously a lot of it's structured in a way where it would be very exciting if it was 4-1, but 1-4 it's tough. Now, Just Sherman, always happy to see you. This is a trade where we send Jonathan Brooks, Brian Thomas for Christian Kirk, and James Conner. I think James Conner is going to be the best player in the deal. I think you're getting a downgrade from Brian Thomas to Christian Kirk, an upgrade from Jonathan Brooks to James Conner. If you were sitting here at 5-0, 4-1, I'd probably tell you to take the long-term upside of the rookies. If you're sitting here at 2-3, if you're sitting here at 1-4, I'd probably tell you to take the short-term production that you have with James Conner. When in doubt, we probably want to take the best player in the deal in James Conner. When in doubt, probably just want the best player in the deal. But it definitely depends on the record of the team. Now, Trey coming out with a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, A.J. Brown must-start name this week. Stephon Diggs will be a must-start name this week as well with no Nico. Going over to tight end, I'm going to be going with David Njoku if he's good to go. He didn't practice yesterday, but David Njoku did practice today. Obviously, that will be something we have to continue to monitor. And then going over to the flex with what we have, I think Chris Godwin is going to be the easy play going up against the Saints. What we've historically seen is we've seen that the Saints have been a matchup where it has been tough for Evans, but that has funneled more targets to Chris Godwin. And real quick, we are about 5 likes away from hitting 900 likes on this stream. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button. When we hit 900 likes, we will dive into the questions in the live chat. Now, our next question is going to be another one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is, I am better than you. It says, what is the best starting lineup for me this Sunday? Heavily debating between Ayuk and Wan'Dale. I'm 4-1. Love the videos. Rooting for you in the Flock League. Really appreciate you, my friend. Obviously, 4-1 roster, you are going to have to go through and you are going to need to think about this before the game tonight. We're not going to get the clarity with Malik Nabers. Nabers didn't practice, but Ayuk plays today. Nabers plays Sunday night. So I probably just go ahead. I probably just jam in Brands and Ayuk. 4-1 roster. We can definitely afford to think a little bit more long-term here as well. Now, I'm pulling this up, and I'm assuming that this is going to be a 1 quarterback format. Let me go through and look at every team in the league and see how many quarterbacks they are rostering. It looks like everybody in the league's rostering at least 2 QBs. So maybe, actually, the Dak Prescott team only has 1. Danny says, not sure how much you paid God to F with me, but it's not stopping too strong of a foundation. Danny, that's what you get for making fun of me for trading for players and then getting injured. Danny has no Nico, no Nabers, no Rice, and I'm loving it. But anyway, if this is a 1 quarterback format, the first thing that you do without hesitation is you cut Daniel Jones, you cut Tua. You can hold on to Baker, you can hold on to Mahomes, we can think long-term upside, and we can just play the matchups between these 2 players. But if it is a 1 quarterback format, Daniel Jones is the easiest cut in the world, and you go pick up Rome Odunze off the waiver wire. Now going over to running back. We are currently sitting with Kyron, Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard, Kareem Hunt, and Tank Bigsby. So with Kyron Williams, elite RB1, especially as you're coming out of the bye week, we should have this Rams offense a little bit healthier. And I actually think that we see more points scored in general in Los Angeles, which will benefit Kyron Williams if we get more trips to the red zone. So I think Kyron looks like he's absolutely set to crush. Plenty of running back depth that is really strong here. Going over to wide receiver, Diggs gets the bump with the Collins injury. Ayuk, Higgins look very strong. I would just start Diggs, Ayuk, and Higgins with our 2 wide receiver slots and our flex this week. Obviously, we're benching Waddle on bye. You have the long-term upside with Waddle if Tua does come back. I think that this is a team where you have so much depth that really the main thing that we need to be optimizing for is trying to chase the highest ceiling options that we can get off the waiver wire. These guys that are going to continue to improve as the year goes on. So what I would try to bring in is I would bring in these wide receivers that were very strong prospects that you can get for literally free off the waiver wire. I think you go through, I think that you take, say, I don't know. Tank Bigsby, kick him to the curb. Wan'Dale Robinson, I'd even kick Wan'Dale to the curb because you're not starting Wan'Dale Robinson this week anyway. So I'd rather have the long-term upside. And I think you have more long-term upside with Rome Odunze, assuming that Malik Nabers is good to go starting next week. So I'd cut Bigsby. I'd cut Wan'Dale. I'd pick up Rome. I'd pick up Ladd. If it's a one quarterback format, we cut Daniel Jones. We pick up Zach Charbonnet. If Tua's not on our IR and he's taking up an active roster spot, we cut Tua. We pick up Braylon Allen. These 4 players that are on the waiver wire here are phenomenal. I would love to get them on our team. I think they have a ton of upside long-term. And for that reason as well, I mean, if you could make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade inside the starting lineup by going through and selling, say, Kareem Hunt and T. Higgins and going and pivoting over to a low-end wide receiver 1, I think that is something that we would look to do. So I think that really the main thing we're doing is just a bunch of waiver wire moves so we can get these players inside our starting lineup. And yeah, please start Brandon Ayuk over Wan'Dale Robinson this week because we won't have the clarity by Malik Nabers by the time you have to start Brandon Ayuk over him tonight. Now let's move this over to Joey's question. This is Ayuk and Aaron Jones for Kyren Williams. We go Kyren Williams. I was definitely very worried about Kyren once you had the injuries to Kupp and all the offensive linemen here in Los Angeles. But coming out of the bye week, Kyren Williams has showed yet again that this year he's going to be one of the true 3-down workhorses. And on top of it, of course, this Rams offense should be slightly healthier as well. Dripper Drowned coming out with the trade question. This is going to be Brian Thomas, DJ Moore versus Josh Allen. Says, I know I'm overpaying, but given my positional need, is it worth giving up the receiver depth? We like Brian Thomas Jr. a lot. I actually think no. I think if you were trading Brian Thomas, DJ Moore for the QB1 in Lamar Jackson or the QB2 in either Jalen Hurts or Jaden Daniels, it would. And I had Josh Allen as the quarterback 1 coming into the season. But at this point, given the inconsistency that we've had from Josh Allen in comparison to the elite quarterbacks elsewhere, I don't think you can keep Allen there. I think you have to go Thomas or DJ Moore. Now, Finney Whopper coming out. This is Jameson versus Chris Olave. Long-term, I'm still going to prefer Olave over Jameson once you get Derek Carr back in. But honestly, in the short term, with no Derek Carr in what should be a much better offense in Detroit, I think we will go Jameson Williams over Chris Olave. But for a long-term trade, give me Olave. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions in the chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to answer as many as we can. Danny says, Brian Thomas Jr. is a top 15 receiver rest of season. For me, I don't think this is a hot take at all because if I'm looking at Brian Thomas, if I'm looking at wide receiver rankings, wide receiver like 15 through 26, they're all about the same for me. So like I could say like Brian Thomas Jr. is like the wide receiver 24, and I don't think, at least for me personally, I don't think it's a hot take. You could say he's the wide receiver 14. I don't think it's a hot take. Just because for me, I think it's such a flat tier that you have at wide receiver with those spots. Okay. Stipular says, should we trade away Puka for Harrison? I would for sure trade Puka for Harrison. Absolute no-brainer there. And for whatever reason, this is not showing. Is Danny's comment still on the screen for y'all? It looks like I'm not able to bring up other comments. Okay, here we are. We're back. Good. Gamebuster says Nico Collins for DJ Moore and JSN. I would rather have DJ Moore over Nico Collins rest of season at this point. And I did notice that Danny updated his rankings on the site today. Let me see where Danny ended up putting Nico Collins. I've been waiting for a Nico Collins update from Danny. Well, let's see. I moved Nico Collins down to wide receiver 20 because he's going to be missing at minimum 5 of the next 9 games for the regular season. You have 9 regular season games left, and he's missing at minimum 5 of them. Danny, where'd you put him? Let's see this. Danny, what the hell, my guy? Why is Nico Collins still here at wide receiver? The only reason Danny still has Nico at wide receiver 3 is he's trying to skew the inevitable. He's trying to make it seem that he is still one of the top teams in the power rankings, where in reality, once you go through and once you look at some updated ranks here, my friend, like I updated mine, You will see that, oh, how the mighty have fallen. Danny with the Nico Collins injury, the injury to Rashee Rice, and the injury to Malik Nabers is down here only ahead of Joe. It's a tough scene. I mean, what could have been for this team? What could have been for this team? But also with Breeze fallen. Tough. Oh, okay. It says 10:02. I thought it said 10:10 when I looked previously. Now, let's move this. Oh, I'm sorry about that, my guy. Amita says, Nico, when your playoffs, you're dumb. 100%. Like, Danny's 4-1, right? So Danny needs to hold on to Nico Collins because for the fantasy football playoffs, Nico Collins will crush. However, if you're 1-4, it doesn't matter how good Nico Collins is in the fantasy football playoffs if you're not making it there. Does not matter at all. Okay. Now let's smooth this over. Danny says Nico is still top 8 for me. That is just pure cope. You have 9 regular season games left. My guy, Nico Collins, misses at least 5 of them. Putting him still top 8 is just 100% cope. He's missing at minimum more than 50% of the regular season in fantasy here. Joe says, traded Love and Ayuk for Jaden Daniels. Is that a good move? 4-point passing touchdown format. I think so. Jack says, Jordan Mason for Chris Olave. At this point, posts. I'd still probably rather have Olave. But, I mean, it's not a bad question at all. Not a bad question at all. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Danny's going to be able to move him to IR. Let's move this over. Anthony says, Marvin sold last game, bro. Only 5 points. Yeah, obviously not great last week, but obviously it was a tough matchup. I still think Marvin Harrison Jr. is a low-end wide receiver 1 rest of season here. I probably have him a little bit lower than that in the short term, but you're naturally going to expect that rookies continue to increase both their targets and not only their targets, but just their fantasy points per game as the season goes on. Danny says, I'll take 4+ games of 20+ points from Nico and a 10 to 12 point waiver wire option over a guy that's giving me 16 points per game. We'll see. In our league, there's no way in hell you're finding a player off the waiver wire to get you 12 points per game. What wide receiver here is getting us 12 points per game? Sticky Ricky, Alan Lazard, Trey Tucker, Mike Williams. Probably ain't happening. Lil Ozzy Vert. Only reason I'm answering this, love the name. Looking at Harrison or Brian Thomas Jr., I think both are incredibly close. In terms of this week, I probably do go with Marvin Harrison because if you are looking at what you have with the matchup for Brian Thomas Jr., one, it's the London game. So typically trying to avoid that where possible. And two, it's a really tough matchup against the Chicago Bears. John says, Mason, do I drop Pierce? Do I drop Dameon Pierce for Alec Pierce? I think you can. It is bad news for Alec Pierce that you have Anthony Richardson starting, where we should expect that the passing volume is a little bit lowered here. But still, at the same time, with no Pittman, with no Josh Downs, obviously Alec Pierce can see more targets than what you're used to. But let's move this back over and let's answer some more of the questions that we have through the site. Definitely want to reiterate, guys, if y'all ever wanted to, you can always go to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice and get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting. Also, if you are a mother flocker, if you're an annual mother flocker on the site, please go fill out the free merch Google form. That way I can go through it. I can hook you up with some free merch. I want to know just essentially what do you want? What's your size and where am I supposed to send it to? And also, completely free on the site, we have a bunch of tools that y'all can use. The main thing that I would recommend is going and linking your fantasy football team. That's completely free. And you can look at updated power rankings for your league. You actually get to see the best waiver wire options as well in your league. Where right now, looking at the Flock League, the best waiver wire options are Gibson, Komet, Rashee Rice, Isaiah Likely. And you know, your boy maybe, let's see something real quick. Your boy may be making a waiver wire move real quick live on stream because of this. But let's see. Because I have a couple bums on the bottom end of my team that I would like to get rid of if possible. I don't have to worry about talking about this in front of Danny because Danny has $0, so. No concerns for me. All right, perfect. Got that in. But Danny says, good luck with it. He's got waiver. Yeah. We'll see. I just put in a fab bid. We just put in a fab bid. But regardless, yeah, if you want to get any questions, obviously, you can get those in on this site. And let's move this over and let's get to more of the questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. And you can find that link in the description comment section to get yourself that guaranteed answer. But Finney Wappa, we already talked about this. We are going to go Olave over Jameson rest of season. Now going over to our next question. It's going to come out from Cy. It says, am I underselling Brian Thomas Jr. and Kareem Hunt? We already have Brees and Bijan. Caveat, I go against them this week. So Austin Eckler is pretty much a zero at this point. Kareem Hunt versus Nick Chubb. Give me Hunt. It's not that far off. Brian Thomas versus Deebo Samuel. Give me Deebo Samuel. I probably prefer Deebo Samuel in this instance. Danny, what side are you going with here? Danny, are you going with Kareem Hunt and Brian Thomas, or are you going to be going with Deebo Samuel, Austin Eckler, and Nick Chubb? I just think that it's close. Deebo Samuel's the best player in the deal. And when it's a close trade, give me the best player in the deal. Okay. We got one vote for Brian Thomas Jr. Danny says Brian Thomas Jr. equals Deebo. I will agree to disagree there. I think I'd still rather have Deebo. Now let's move this over to our next question. This is coming out from Boats and Young Hoes. Pretty good name. I've not seen this one before. I'm 3-2 with the most points scored in the league. I'm debating taking the L this week because I don't want to drop anyone in a week where I've already dealt with a lot of injuries. I've lost Rice, Nico, Nabers, JT, Puka so far this year. I thought wide receivers get hurt less than running backs. First off, I will say there's no scenario in which you can like throw in the towel and say, hey, I'm not going to start a defense this week. I'm not going to start a kicker this week. I don't want to make a waiver wire move, so I'm just going to take a zero at the position. You're overthinking it. You do not want to go through and just throw in the towel in any given week. Looking at the team that we have right now, if you need, there are phenomenal waiver wire options. Cut Juju Smith-Schuster on bye if we need to go out there and get somebody. We have no Nabers. We have no Nico. We have Puka Nacua. Cut Juju Smith-Schuster. Go pick up Rome Odunze. I'd rather have Rome rest of season anyway and get Rome in. To be honest with you, I would love to pick up Jalen Waddle off the waiver wire as well. So I think a 2-for-1 deal is for sure in order with this team. Where if you're able to go through and if you're able to sell maybe one of the players that are currently on the IR and we're able to open up a roster spot to pick up another option off of waivers, I think that would make a lot of sense. So looking at, say, Jalen Waddle, Jonathan Brooks, Rome, Ladd, Addison, these are just free wide receivers that are equivalent to wide receiver threes in fantasy. So any opportunity you get to make a 2-for-1 deal to upgrade inside the starting lineup where you can pick up Jalen Waddle for free, you can pick up Jonathan Brooks for free, it's an absolute no-brainer. The first thing that I would do today, like we said, is I would probably drop Bucky Irving. I would pick up Jalen Waddle or pick up Jonathan Brooks. I would drop Juju Smith-Schuster. I would love to pick up either Waddle or Brooks, but because we have no Puka, no Nico, no Malik this week, you're probably going to have to pick up somebody that we can actually play. So I pick up Roma Dunze. It'd be different if you were dropping options and you were picking up garbage off the waiver wire to put in. But no, these are phenomenal options with long-term upside. So let's get him in this lineup. We have the elite quarterback with Jaden Daniels. One other option of what you can look to do is if you can go ahead and trade Chase Brown with Kyle Pitts and go get a marginal upgrade at tight end, go get Jake Ferguson. Obviously, we can go get Sam Laporta. Even if you think like, oh, Chase Brown, Kyle Pitts to Sam Laporta or Jake Ferguson's not that massive of an upgrade. Hell, the main reason we're doing it is so you can go ahead and you can just pick up Jalen Waddle for free. You can pick up Jonathan Brooks for free. And in that context, if you think about it as if it's a trade where you're sending, say, Chase Brown and Kyle Pitts to go get Sam Laporta, then it's an absolute no-brainer if we're going to get Laporta and Waddle on top of it. So yeah, let's go ahead. Let's see if we can upgrade at tight end, even if it's marginally, and open up a rush spot so we can get another player off the waiver wire. That way you don't have to look to cut someone. Easy way to do that is try to sell one of the running backs with Kyle Pitts to go get an upgrade at tight ends. Looking at the long-term upside at wide receiver, we have a lot of long-term upside. We just need the short-term production, which is why I'm saying like you don't have to pick up Waddle on bye this week. If we need the short-term production, you can go with Rome or Ladd, either guy that you would prefer there. Trying to think if there's anything else you could reasonably do. I don't think so. It's just 2-for-1 deals. Please don't throw in the towel this week. You can still very easily win. Cut Juju, pick up Rome, play Rome. Try to trade a depth running back with Kyle Pitts. So then at that point, we can pick up Jalen Waddle for free. And if we can't do that, I think you go ahead and you drop Bucky Irving for Jalen Waddle or Jonathan Brooks under the assumption that Rachaad White is healthy and good to go, but that will be something to monitor and that Rachaad White did miss practice today. But outside of that, it's a great team. I just think that this waiver wire is so good that you can afford to optimize with as many 2-for-1 deals as possible, even if you're just getting the most marginal of improvements, because when you're able to pick up Jalen Waddle for free, it makes kind of a crappy 2-for-1 deal into a great 2-for-1 deal, because you have to be viewing it as not I'm trading Bucky Irving and Kyle Pitts for Sam Laporta. It's I'm trading Bucky Irving, Kyle Pitts for Sam Laporta and Jalen Waddle, if that makes sense. But obviously, with the name Bucky in particular, make sure you're monitoring the Rachaad White injury. But yeah, don't throw in the towel. Waiver wire is too good. Now, DK Jones says, can only start 4 players. Who are we sitting? Ooh, okay. Well, I'm going to put who we're sitting in the starting lineup here, if that makes sense. We can't sit A.J. Brown. We can't sit London. It comes down between Brandon Ayuk, Terry McLaurin, and T. Higgins. The guy that I personally bench here is probably different than what most people would do. I am probably going to go ahead and bench Terry McLaurin. If you look at Terry, this is a wide receiver that obviously is playing with the best quarterback that he's had all year. Over the past 3 weeks, he's been great. You look through the first 2 weeks, Terry McLaurin was very disappointing. And while Jaden Daniels is phenomenal, at the same time, what we can say is we can say, oh, okay, well, looking at the passing volume itself in this offense, which is what matters for Jaden Daniels in particular, like Jaden Daniels is averaging fewer passing yards per game than the Commanders did last year. So I think if you're able to pivot off of maybe McLaurin in a 2-for-1 deal, it makes sense. And here in comparison to these other wide receivers and offenses that I expect to have much more passing volume, I probably bench McLaurin. It's not that easy, but make sure we start London and A.J. Brown for sure. Now, Master Chief coming out with a trade question. This is Godwin Smith, James Cook versus Olave, Bijan, Bigsby. So going from Cook to Bijan is an upgrade. Godwin to Olave is a downgrade. Devonta Smith to Tank Bigsby is a massive downgrade. I honestly don't think you're getting a good enough discount on Bijan here. If we were going to look to make this deal, I think you either want to keep Godwin and have them keep Bigsby. So it's Smith and James Cook for Bijan and Olave. Or I think you want to go through and you want to keep Smith and have them keep Bigsby. So it's Godwin and James Cook for Bijan and Olave. Like, these are the trades I think you can make. This one looks like too much in my mind. Now going over to Devin. Devin has a trade question here where this is T. Higgins, Jaden Reed versus Tyreek Hill, Marvin Harrison. Jaden Reed to Tyreek Hill, upgrade. T. Higgins to Marvin Harrison, upgrade. I know in the short term, maybe Higgins and Reed have been better. But I mean, ultimately, you're in a spot where you just have significantly more. And I mean, significantly more upside long-term with Tyreek Hill and Marvin Harrison. Where I would legitimately be surprised if Jaden Reed and T. Higgins were top 5 wide receivers down the stretch. Where I wouldn't be surprised at all if we get that from Tyreek or Harrison. Okay. Now moving this over to our next question. Starts it from Kev Lord. Where wide receiver, I think that Drake London is a tier 1 receiver at this point, especially going up against the Panthers. Just absolutely have to jam him in. Going over to running back, Saquon Barkley, RB1 overall. We're going to be going with Jahmyr Gibbs against the Dallas Cowboys as well. And probably going to go right back to running back with Jordan Mason. But to be fair, honestly, the Thursday night guys with Jordan Mason as well as Kenneth Walker, since they play on Thursday nights, you're probably going to have to go through. You're going to have to put them into the flex. I'm sorry, you're going to have to put them in at running back 1, running back 2. That way, just in case anything does happen, we have a little more flexibility. So we are going to put Saquon Barkley and Jahmyr Gibbs down in the flexes. But yeah, absolutely nuts team where Jordan Mason is the RB4 that we're starting this week. Literally insane. Now going over to our next team. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. And of course, if y'all wanted to get a free team review in one of these live streams, just go to the link in the description or the live chat. Go over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy, you're going to be getting a free Brock Purdy pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And you will also get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way I know who to credit with that free team review voucher. But now let's move this over to our next team. This is one of those free team reviews through Underdog. Donnie B's Body Bags. We're sitting at 2 and 3 and believe I've got one of the best squads. Trying to get one top player at each position, but don't know who to go after or how. Open to all insight. Thanks, Mason. Thank you. It is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So going for the top options at each position while sacrificing depth is 100% something that we are looking to do here. So going through and looking at the squad, currently, I will say a very easy move to make is go through and look to pick up Rome Odunze off your waiver wire. Just first thing I want to do every time we pull up these teams is look for potential waiver wire moves that you can make. I think cutting Michael Wilson for Rome Odunze makes a lot of sense. And with Khalil Shakir missing practice yet again, I think that you're in a spot where you could potentially begin to think about cutting Khalil Shakir for either Jalen Tolbert or Juju Smith-Schuster as well. But the Rome Odunze trade would be an absolute no-brainer, and you just have so much more value for Rome rest of season. So cut Michael Wilson. Please go pick up Rome. Starting off at quarterback, Josh Allen has been very disappointing. We've had the 2 elite weeks. We've had Allen be very inconsistent. But still, at the same time, I do think he's a top 5 quarterback rest of season. We've seen the upside with him running the football. The issue is we just haven't particularly seen the consistency. Looking at what we have with running backs, we are currently sitting at Achane, Jordan Mason, RB1 and RB2. So short term, we're very excited about Jordan Mason. Long term, we're very excited about Achane. Long term, we're excited about Brooks. But ultimately, running back, not a super strong spot with this team. I think you could definitely afford to go ahead and look to upgrade at the running back position as well. Well, I mean, the issue is trying to figure out exactly what is advantageous for us to do here. Like, what trade are we wanting to make? Where it's a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth isn't super important. So I'd love to tell you, okay, yeah, let's go through and let's sell a wide receiver depth piece and let's go get an upgrade at running back. However, with that being said, nobody's going to buy DeAndre Hopkins. Nobody's going to buy Khalil Shakir. So I think you're in a spot where you're kind of stuck, more so making waiver wire moves than anything. So one thing I'll say is if we have George Kittle, where we're able to go through and we're able to start Kittle every single week, regardless of the matchup, I would probably cut Cole Kmet, pick up another running back off of the waiver wire. So Bijan Robinson just popped up with an injury in today's practice. So if you could go through and maybe cut Cole Kmet, pick up Tyler Algier, where if you were to get any time off from Bijan, Tyler Algier immediately turns into a top 10 back, and all of a sudden we have that top end option that we can put at RB2. Where there's really just no possibility of anything like that ever happening for Cole Kmet. So cut Kmet, pick up Tyler Algier. If you're desperate for a play in the short term, I think you can go Alexander Madison. And honestly, we may be desperate for a play in the short term, knowing Achane's on bye. Jonathan Brooks isn't viable right now. And in terms of trades, I don't necessarily know if we can afford to make any deals. I think you just kind of have to wait until we get Devon Achane back in the long term and hope that Achane's back again to be that RB1. And then I would consider playing, if we drop Michael Wilson and pick up Rome Odunze, I would consider playing Rome Odunze this week in the flex with Justin Jefferson on bye and Devon Achane on bye. But you know what actually we'd probably do if we kind of need a flex spot here as well, is I think it probably makes more sense for you to go through and actually drop Khalil Shakir and pick up Jalen Tolbert, where with the expanded role with no Brandon Cooks, Tolbert does look a lot more appealing in Dallas. So cut Michael Wilson, cut Khalil Shakir, pick up Rome, pick up Tolbert, cut Cole Kmet, pick up Tyler Algier. And honestly, I don't know if this team can really afford to make too many 2-for-1 deals, so we're probably chilling as is on that front. But thank you again. I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But yeah, I don't think you can make a ton of trades with the team. Now, moving over to what we have with Michael Duckworth, we're 1-4 with the most points against. Okay, well, I'm going to have to send you to the Mason Dodd seminar for how to have the best defense in your league. I don't know if I can save your tragic defense, but maybe we can get a little bit better here. But going with Amon-Ra St. Brown, wide receiver 1, is an absolute no-brainer. Beyond this, we're going to go Terry McLaurin, wide receiver 2. Terry McLaurin versus Wan'Dale Robinson's definitely close with the Malik Nabers injury. We're going to throw Kincaid into the flex at running back. We go Brees and Najee with no Jalen Warren. And then for the flex spots, Wan'Dale Robinson is a must-start guy with the injury to Malik Nabers. Josh Downs is banged up himself. Jordan Addison is on bye. I think I would go Ladd McConkey if we have no Jonathan Taylor and we have... I think we'd go Sermon over Ladd McConkey if we have no Jonathan Taylor and Sermon's good to go. If not, you're going to be looking at Downs versus Ladd. But I think Sermon probably has the highest floor if you're in a spot with a healthy Sermon and an injured Taylor. But real quick, we are less than 10 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes on this live stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream for us. Would help us out a ton. Would help us out a ton. But let's move this over to Rusty's question. This says start sits, where we have DJ Moore, Brian Thomas in right now. The best guy to get in on the bench would be Jalen Tolbert, obviously under the assumption that Malik Nabers is going to miss. But probably not playing Tolbert, either one of those guys. Going over to running back, we are going to throw in Ray Davis if James Cook does miss. If James Cook does play, we'll go Braylon Allen instead. And then for the flex spots, we have no Juju Smith-Schuster. Obviously, if Malik Nabers is going to go, you play Malik Nabers. But we go Jalen Tolbert in one flex spot. And then our other options are really K-Dot and Emmanuel Wilson, Ray Davis, and Xavier Hutchinson. I'm not playing Hutchinson. I think I'd go Ray Davis out of those options, even if you have James Cook healthy. So what this team needs to hope for is this team needs to hope that either Malik Nabers plays or that James Cook misses. And then in that instance, obviously, we are a lot more excited about this lineup, but outside of that, it'd be hard to get really interested in any of these guys. Now going over to King Nelts. This is a free team review with that Underdog promo. Appreciate you. Says, hey Mason, currently 2-3 in my league and sort of conflicted on the team and what moves we should be making. Love the content and good luck in the Flock League. By the way, go Hoosiers undefeated. I did not know that. Let me pull this up. What are y'all ranked? And I'm not a good college football fan outside of our Texas Longhorns. NCAA top 25 rankings. So Texas number 1, hook 'em. Yeah, Indiana 6-0. Miami 6-0. Texas 5-0, Ohio State 5-0, Oregon 5-0, Penn State 5-0, Iowa State 5-0, BYU 5-0, Pittsburgh 5-0. This is I think college football is definitely going to be a lot more exciting now that you have significantly more teams making the playoffs, because you can have some of these smaller schools get in. We're obviously at the Florida State debacle last year. But anyway, going to be excited to check this team out for you. Right now, we are the number 1 team with the league analyzer, but we are currently 2-3. It's a format where you only start 2 wide receivers in a flex, so the wide receiver depth isn't going to matter a ton here. Quarterback, we have Mahomes and Fields, so obviously we can kind of play the matchups with these QBs going into the future. Sad that we are saying that with Mahomes. Sad that he's not close to the guy that you would have hoped he is. But ultimately, we don't have the rushing upside, of course. And at the same time, with Patrick Mahomes, this quarterback that you do have no Rice, you have no Hollywood, so you just had a considerable amount of injuries. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Saquon Barkley, Travis Etienne, Rico Dowdle, Tank Bigsby, Trey Sermon. So having Barkley here does give you a little bit of flexibility in that even though our running back 2 is trash, at least has been trash so far this season, it's not going to be the end of the world. We can still get by having Travis Etienne here, even if we're not super excited about it. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So if you had the ability to sell wide receiver depth and go get that upgrade inside the starting lineup, we would. But I mean, going through and looking at this, the wide receiver depth that we have, I mean, Jalen Tolbert is our 3rd wide receiver in terms of the guys that are healthy right now. So reasonably, would we be able to sell Jalen Tolbert and Travis Etienne to go get a running back upgrade? We can try. But from what I've seen in the live streams, without people are panicked about Etienne and how Etienne obviously is scary, I'd be surprised if you are able to make that move. We have the elite tight end in Trey McBride. So really, the move that you would want to make, if possible, would be that 2-for-1 trade where we sell like Zay Flowers for Travis Etienne and go get a running back upgrade. But the issue that you're going to have here is we're just simply not going to be able to make that move until we have Cooper Kupp back and healthy. And if we get Kupp back and Kupp is good to go in week 7, then at that point you could definitely explore the possibility of making that 2-for-1 trade, upgrading the running back position by sacrificing some of the wide receiver depth. But definitely not a trade that you're able to make right now. Definitely a trade that you'd have to sit on and wait till we get Kupp through the bye. In terms of what we could be doing down with the waiver wire moves, I actually personally would probably rather have Spears than Bigsby in a full PPR format. Because if you are looking at Spears, you have the receiving usage. And if you were to get an injury to Tony Pollard, I think he's kind of the only guy. Whereas if you were to get an injury to Travis Etienne, I think what we probably see is the bump with both Bigsby and Dearness Johnson, which would be a little bit frustrating. So I think you could explore the possibility of cutting Bigsby and Sermon and picking up like Spears and Roschon, or Spears and Warren, or Spears and Algier. Definitely not something that you have to do, of course. We have them ranked literally like, 5 spots apart. It's up to you. It's your personal preference. And in terms of trades that we would be possibly looking to make, I think if you wanted to sell Flowers and ETN and go get an upgrade at running back, you can in the long term. But in the short term, we're going to have to wait until we get Cooper Kupp back in. So we probably are chilling with this team as is. But it's a well-balanced roster where there aren't very many clear moves. So I'm sorry, my friend. I wish I had more for you. But moving over to Maximus Prime, Ivy says, DJ Moore versus Kenneth Walker. For this, it would hurt me at wide receiver until Kupp returns, which may be week 7, with Deontay, Darnell Mooney, and Judy on the bench. If you had Deontay Johnson on the bench, for the love of God, just go get Kenneth Walker here. This is definitely the Kenneth Walker side of things. I'm not even remotely close either. Now that you have Walker back in, you have a massive usage as a receiver. So even in the games where Geno Smith is dropping back 50 plus times, Kenneth Walker is still absolutely crushing. So yeah, let's go Walker. Now going over to our next question. We're stuck between Baker and Brock Purdy this week. So next time, my friend, no worries on my end. I don't care one way or another. But just to make it a little bit easier for you, say if you were wondering, I want to start Brock Purdy or Baker Mayfield, you can just leave one of these quarterback slots empty and then put Baker and Purdy underneath right here by just using this search bar. That way I can go through and I can click one, I can fill it out and send it back over to you. But if we are looking at Brock Purdy versus Baker Mayfield, I'm probably going to go ahead and take Baker. The implied team totals not dramatically skewed, where it's not like the Niners project to score a ton more points than what you have with the Bucs this week. And also, obviously, we'd expect the Niners to see a little more of their total points skewed through the run in comparison to what we are going to have with the Bucs. And the rushing upside look to be about the same for both quarterbacks. And obviously, Baker's absolutely crushed. I would go Baker over Purdy. Now, trade-in coming out with a trade question. So my running back room is weak. Should we ride it out with my 3 wide receivers, or should we try to make a move? So A.J. Brown, Travis Etienne, Saquon Barkley is a very fair price point for Barkley. I'd be fine going through and making it. We can start 4 receivers weekly. So if we do this trade, we are going to have Saquon Barkley, Jonathan Brooks, James Conner at running back. Whereas right now at running back, we have James Conner, Travis Etienne, Jonathan Brooks. We would still have Tyreek Hill, Jamar Chase at receiver. So to be honest with you, I think this is a fine price point to go get Saquon Barkley. Barkley is by far and away the number one asset in fantasy football right now. Like, you even see this if you look at the underdog projections. Like, Barkley is sitting at higher, lower 106 total yards. Can y'all name like who you think the running back 2 would be? Like Derrick Henry, for instance. Derrick Henry's higher, lower 94.5 total yards. Plus, you have the receiving usage with Barkley. Like, Barkley's by far and away the number one option in fantasy football at the moment. And if we have these other elite receivers, I think you can afford to make this move. It's not a no-brainer, but I think you can do it. Now, Joe Wood Hoodie says, hey, Mason, need some help with the flex spots. Got Saquon and Javonte for Kamara Hubbard. Did I win? We for sure won with Saquon there, especially with the injury to Carr. But looking at the flex, it looks like Sermon was back at practice where Jonathan Taylor wasn't. So I think we do go ahead and we play Trey Sermon. Sounds like Christian Watson may be good to go. And in that instance, we're going to go ahead. We will take Jalen Tolbert. Where if you are looking at Tolbert, this is a wide receiver that sees the expanded role with no Brandon Cooks. And at the same time, you are in a great matchup against the Detroit Lions. Now, let's move this over to our next start set. This one's coming out from Sherm. Says, hey, Mason, just wanted some advice with start sits this week, specifically Ramondre / Moss if he's in. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay. I would go Moss. Obviously, it looked like Moss was going to be the guy dealing with the injury this week, but Moss actually got in the limited practice today, whereas Ramondre Stevenson did not practice. For the flex, we have no Tyreek, no Nico Collins. And then we probably go Chase Brown and play both Cincy backs. And then probably Jalen Tolbert. I think we want to bench Ramondre Stevenson. Ramondre already projected to be in the worst offense in the NFL. And at the same time, now he's missing practice on Thursday, and he split the backfield 50-50 with Antonio Gibson last week. I really don't think we can be too excited about playing Ramondre, but real quick, I think we're almost through every single question that we have on the site right now. So one, if you submit your question to flockfantasy.com, it'll be answered very quickly. And two, we'll actually have the time to get to a bunch of questions in the live chat. So don't go anywhere. Just give me 1 second. I will be back. Okay, we are back. I am sorry about that. Let's answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. So if you have any questions, go ahead and drop them below. S1BLV says, love or Purdy this week? We're going to go with Jordan Love. We mentioned this previously in the videos. Somebody told me in the live stream I was wrong. So let me actually double check this to make sure that I am not wrong here. But last I checked, the implied team totals in week 6 actually had the Green Bay Packers the second highest scoring offense in the NFL, only behind the Arizona Cardinals. They actually have moved down a bit. Let me cross-reference a couple of these providers. So here, this one is easy to view. This is Fantasy Labs here. Let's pull this up. Looking at the implied team totals that you have, we can just do a quick run through. I think this will actually help out a decent amount of people here with their questions. So general rule of thumb, the offenses that sportsbooks are saying are going to score the most points are the offenses that you want to get pieces of. These are the guys that you want to put inside your starting lineup. The Baltimore Ravens look to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL. You start as many Ravens as you can. The Lions, second highest scoring team. Falcons, third. Actually, the Falcons and Packers pretty much tied. You're looking at the second column with their projection and points scored. Packers, fourth. Niners, fifth. Eagles tied with the Niners at 5. Then the Bengals, the Cowboys, the Bears. The Titans were really surprising to see here. This actually made me move my ranking up of Tony Pollard. Then the Seattle Seahawks, the Bucks, the Texans. So the Texans are much lower with their implied team total this week. I mean, obviously, they are heavily favored in this game. I believe the live spread on this is 7 points, but it just should be a low-scoring environment overall going up against the New England Patriots. Playing the Ravens, obviously, the Commanders are massive dogs where they are currently, I believe, 8-point dogs to Baltimore, but should be a super high-scoring game environment. The Commanders probably not super excited about Brian Robinson, but the receivers you are. The Giants actually project out to be a very good offense this week in comparison to most weeks, especially most weeks you'd assume with no Malik Nabers, but I think it's safe to say at this point that it's because the Cincinnati Bengals have one of the worst defenses in the entire NFL. We have the Bills here as a mediocre offense. The Jags as a mediocre offense. The bad offenses or the average offenses are Arizona, Carolina, Indianapolis. Then you get to kind of the bad offenses with the Steelers, the Jets, the Saints, the Chargers, and then the horrible offenses where you don't want to start anybody if you can avoid it. The Raiders, the Browns, the Broncos, and the Pats. Now, obviously, there are unique players in these 4 offenses that you would start. You're obviously starting Brock Bowers no matter what. And in these offenses, that's really the only player that's a no-brainer start is Bowers. I'd even kind of include the Chargers in that as well. So yeah, definitely make sure you are tracking what sportsbooks are saying in terms of implied team totals when you are submitting your starting lineups this week and every week. Okay. But like I said, let me know in the live chat if you have any questions. Applul says, who wins this trade? AJ Brown and Kyren Williams for Malik Nabers and Devon Achane. AJ Brown for Nabers. Give me AJ Brown. He's already through his bye week. Looks like you're going to get 2 additional weeks from AJ Brown rest of season in comparison to Malik Nabers. Kyren versus Devon Achane. Give me Kyren Williams, and it's not close. So we're going to go with Kyren and AJ Brown. And honestly, I don't think it's too close for us either. Okay. Hotel says Josh Allen or Caleb Williams this week. I will go with Josh Allen. With Allen, even if the Bills' offense is worse than we expected coming into the season, the saving grace is you could see the rushing upside prevail. You could see the rushing upside come out here and kind of save him. PTB says, who is a fair trade compensation for Cooper Kupp? We can go over to the rankings right now, and I can pull up my rest of season ranks on the site. And we can pull up everybody else's rest of season ranks. You can see, actually, you know what? We can do this a couple different ways. One, let's look at who I have ranked alongside Cooper Kupp at wide receiver. Just go to sort by Mason Dodd, wide receiver. I have Kupp currently wide receiver 11. I'm right in between like Harrison, Wilson, and Godwin and Debo. And then another thing you can do for free is go over to the trade finder and you can go ahead and look at deals that have happened today in real fantasy football leagues that involved Cooper Kupp, where we actually don't want to look at 2 quarterback formats. I don't want to look at 2 quarterback leagues. I don't look at 8-team or 14-team formats. But looking at Cooper Kupp trades, somebody traded Kupp for Deontay and Kareem Hunt. I would rather have Cooper Kupp here. Somebody traded Olave for Kupp and Wicks. Give me Kupp. Somebody traded Brees in London for Kupp and A.J. Brown. Very close trade on that one. Somebody traded Adams for Kupp. Give me Kupp. Let's look for smaller deals. Somebody traded Singletary for Irving Kupp. Obviously, a no-brainer there. Somebody traded Brian Thomas for Cooper Kupp. Give me Cooper Kupp, to be honest. Somebody traded Jahmyr Gibbs for Kupp and James Conner. That one's probably close. Probably give me Gibbs, but it's close. Somebody traded Kupp for Deontay and J.K. Dobbins. Give me Kupp. Cup for Jordan Mason, Chase Brown, kind of give me Cup. So yeah, if you ever wanted to like see like, oh, I need to know what is the right price point for Cooper Kupp, literally just go over to the site. This trade finder's completely free. You can look at Dynasty. You can look at Redraft. You can look at whatever you want there. You can look at 2 quarterback leagues, 1 quarterback leagues, non-PPR, app PPR, full PPR, and they'll pull real trades made in real leagues with those league settings for you. Okay. Jonathan says Debo or Zay Flowers, full PPR. We're going to go Debo Samuel easily. I mean, we can go through and show this as well, but I mean, we did this pretty much every single time somebody asked a question about Brandon Ayuk last week. Just screaming, you have to start Ayuk. You have to start Ayuk. And here, the pick'em with Debo Samuel this week is higher or lower 71.5 total yards. He was disappointing last week, but for the love of God, you have to get him in. If you compare this to like Zay Flowers is higher or lower 54.5 total yards. Like, please go Debo Samuel. Now move this over. Justin says Cook for Mixon, Zay, and Deontay. I think if you wanted to go back and forth between Joe Mixon and James Cook rest of season, you can. So if you're getting Zay and Deontay for free added on, this is going to be very easily the Joe Mixon side for me. But let's go ahead and let's pivot this over and answer more of the questions that we have on the site. Definitely want to remind y'all, we don't have too many questions left to get through on the site, so we can get to more free chat questions in a bit. And if you wanted to get a guaranteed answer, you can always go over to flockfantasy.com. You can get that guaranteed answer with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you are wanting here. If you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing, the cheapest way to get it is go over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you go to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the description or the live chat and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting that free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you're going to be getting a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single day. So make sure you take advantage of that. Just set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account if you want that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next question that we have on the site. We just answered this start sit. So we will move that over, refresh this. And also, we actually just got this out over on flockfantasy.com as well. If you're an annual mother flocker, please make sure you fill out this free merch form. All we need to know is like, hey, are you an annual mother flocker? We confirm that you are. Let us know what you want. Rank these highest to lowest. And then give us your size, give us your address. That way I can hook you up with some free merch. It's for the annual mother flockers on the site. But let's move this over. Our next question's coming out from Ha Daddy says, forgot to mention that I just traded for Olave and Bucky and got rid of Bigsby and Pickens. Okay, good to know here. I will say in general, I actually do like that price point there a ton. But anyway, looking at wide receiver, A.J. Brown, London, still the guys that we are starting. Tight end, we're going to go with Ferguson. Running back, we are going to be going with Jahmyr Gibbs and James Cook if James Cook does play. And then the flex at that point, I'm not really excited about playing Chris Olave with no Derek Carr. So to be honest with you, I probably would opt to just go ahead and I would probably take Singletary if he's good to go. Obviously, it'll be something that we have to continue to monitor the injury reports with. But this is the highest projection that we have had here for this New York Giants offense pretty much all year now. And what should be a really good matchup going up against the Bengals. Okay. Now moving over to Works. This is a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, we have DJ Moore, we have Darnell Mooney, Chris Godwin, Kittle, Bijan, Jacobs. For the flex, it's either Chase Brown, JSN. I'm not playing Ladd in a tough matchup. since Zach Moss did practice today, it doesn't look like Chase Brown is a must-start running back that you just absolutely have to jam in. It is definitely a closer call, and I think that you can strongly consider Jackson Smith-Njigba here. With that being said, if you do play JSN, keep in mind we would throw JSN there at wide receiver 2 and then Darnell Mooney in the flex, and that's what I'm probably going to do. I'm probably going to play JSN at wide receiver and then wait, and if we get reports that either Zach Moss will miss or Zach Moss will be limited, then at that point we pivot from Darnell Mooney to Chase Brown. But I think we're going to have to get more information about Zach Moss for that. Now, Kiwi coming out with a trade question says, who else can I make the team better with? The injury bug has affected my team one way or another. So we are trading for another injured running back in Jonathan Taylor. Pulling up the squad right now. Obviously, the Tua injury really does hurt us. If we are looking at Devon Achane and Tyreek Hill, both negatively getting impacted here. If we make this trade, what we'll have left over at wide receiver will be DJ Moore, Jaden Reed, Malik Nabers, dear God, Jordan Addison. So we actually kind of need DJ Moore good to go this week. We need DJ Moore in this lineup. Running back, we'll have JT, Chase Brown. And yeah, weak running back room in general. Since we have Tyreek and Nabers for the long term, I think we just go ahead and get JT and DJ Moore. If you're in a situation in which we need to win this week, because obviously with how the team's situated right now, especially if Malik Nabers does miss, you are probably just going to get absolutely crushed. Now, Seawood coming out. Here at wide receiver, we are looking at Chris Olave, Darnell Mooney, Deontay Johnson, JSN, Mike Evans, Michael Pittman. Mike Evans, tough matchup against the Saints. I think you go ahead and take the guaranteed target volume with Deontay Johnson, but we still probably play Mike Evans, wide receiver 2. And then for the running back, obviously no Kyron Williams. It's either going to be between Chase Brown or Brian Robinson. I think we go Brian Robinson. It will be something we have to monitor. The practice reports that we had in Cincinnati and Washington today, you had Zach Moss in a limited practice. You had Brian Robinson not practicing at all. And going over to the flex spot, this is tough. I don't want to rely on... Actually, we have Darnell Mooney and Chase Brown. So we can bench JSN with this team. And we can say, okay, if Zach Moss plays and if Zach Moss is good to go, we are going to take Darnell Mooney. If we get a report saying that Zach Moss is going to be limited in the game, not just in practice, or Zach Moss may miss, then we go Chase Brown. So on Sunday, we'll be choosing between these two players. Now, Atra Hillo coming out. This is Darnell Mooney versus Tony Pollard. I would rather have Pollard rest of season. With Pollard, you do have the receiving usage. While it's not a great offense, and while he is splitting with Spears, we actually saw that before the bye, it's not like Spears was going to have everything as a receiver, which was the possible concern initially. So let's go ahead and let's take Pollard. Now, Trailer Park Boys, always happy to see it. Coming out with a start sit question. Here, wide receiver, Drake London, tier 1 option. You have to start him this week. Obviously, we have to start Lamb as well. We don't have a running back 2 filled out. We only put the wide receiver plays here. I think we go with Brandon Ayuk. Actually, no, we're going to go Deontay Johnson. I was going to say we go Brandon Ayuk over Mike Evans, given the tough matchup that Evans has, but I think Deontay Johnson's probably a better option than both. Where if you look at what sportsbooks are saying regarding the Carolina Panthers offense, they are giving us indications that we are going to get a small Panthers bounce back, which in that instance, Deontay Johnson should still absolutely command a ridiculous amount of targets here in Carolina. So I think you're going to go with Deontay. Now, McCool Breath says, appreciate my guy. Appreciate you, my friend. This is a team where we can't go Cup. I think you probably have to go with Darnell Mooney and Zay Flowers. You could pivot over to Josh Downs if Downs good to go, but Downs missed practice today, and it looks like Anthony Orson will be starting. We're going to go with Alvin Kamara, Jordan Mason here at running back. Quarterback, we're going to go ahead. We're going to jam in Burrow. And then for the flex spot, you do have a tough matchup for Dobbins, which should be a low-scoring game environment. So I think we take the hopeful boom-bust option in Jamison Williams in a game that should be very high-scoring against the Dallas Cowboys. But Scissors, hope you're doing well. My guy says, well, I regret drafting JSN over Dell simply so I have someone to root for, or starting JSN over Dell. Let's honestly, my guy, this is what I do a lot of times for my own team. What's the underdog pick that we have with them? Jackson Smith and Jigba is currently higher, lower, 47 at receiving yards, 1.66 scored touchdown. Dell's at 61.5 receiving yards. Looking at my updated rankings this week, we have them similarly. I think we would prefer to have Dell ahead of them. Week 6, wide receiver, sort by Mason. I currently have Dell, wide receiver 26, and I have JSN, wide receiver 29. So you probably do need to go ahead and tank Dell, but I don't think it's a no-brainer. And let me know also, are you still in Minnesota, or have you gone back to LA? Let me know. I have no idea. But maybe hitting you up soon. Eduardo says, start Wan'Dale or Moore at the flex. I will go with DJ Moore. It's a good matchup for DJ Moore. Obviously, Wan'Dale Robinson, very appealing and a good matchup for him as well, where you have presumably no Malik Nabers, so we should be seeing more targets. Okay, still in Minnesota. Hope you're doing well, my guy. And hey, those Minnesota Vikings are looking damn good. Vikings are looking phenomenal. Okay. Sergio says, pick 2, Dell, JSN, or Tolbert. Tolbert, obviously, really good matchup, really good role that you have in this Dallas Cowboys offense at this point as well. So I do think that it's honestly kind of up to you on this front. Scissor says Hawkinson coming back too. This is what I was talking about earlier with Sam Darnold's like, you expect natural touchdown regression to hit Darnold, but like what he's done so far this year, you had no Jordan Addison for a stretch, and you haven't even seen Hawkinson back into the offense. So I mean, I'm still going to expect that Darnold's probably worse going into the future than what he has been, just because I don't think we can be ready to crown Sam Darnold MVP Darnold. So I do expect we're still going to get some regression. But I don't know. You get the added weapons in. So it says, also, love that you update the dynasty ranks during the season. I'm wheeling and dealing with trades. I definitely need to be better about updating the dynasty ranks during the year. We're updating like the rest of season ranks on the site pretty much every single day. The dynasty rankings, I'm probably only doing about like once a week, once every 10 days or so. I'll try to get better about doing them more often. Michael says, do we think Joe Mixon will play? Yes. Maybe this is just hopium. Maybe I am being a little bit unrealistic. But with Mixon, he did practice today, which is a super encouraging sign. No matter what, if you have Cam Akers, obviously you cut Akers. You actually have the report that Dameon Pierce will be good to go. Dameon Pierce got in, I believe, a full practice today. I know he's already cleared for Sunday. So Cam Akers is complete dust at this point. Cam Akers is nothing. I don't know if Mixon will be good to go or not, though. Okay. No Buck says, who wins this trade? Shaquille and Dobbins for Collins. 3-2 Happy BR just traded for a better team. So if we're looking at Nico Collins, obviously a very unique player in which he would be extremely valuable for teams that are looking for the fantasy football upside in the playoffs, that is. But in the short term, it may be difficult to move on if you're 1-4, if you are 0-5, 2-3. But I still would rather have Collins here, even on a 3-2 team. Not that we're only thinking about the playoffs on a 3-2 roster. But I just don't think Shaheed makes any difference at this point. With Shaheed, you're dealing with the Olave injury. And with J.K. Dobbins, while he's a viable low-end RB2, he is just a viable low-end RB2. It's not much more than that right now. So I would go Nico Collins. Ike says, is Chuba Hubbard still the starter in Carolina? Let me see if we have any updated reports with Jonathan Brooks. Let me see. What I'm assuming is when Jonathan Brooks is in here in this Carolina Panthers offense, they will split the backfields. This is interesting to read. Getting a lot of questions about Jonathan Brooks, who's 10 months removed from ACL surgery. We would expect Brooks to be back at this point. There's a chance the Panthers open his 21-day window next week. Part of the reason they've been cautious, if Brooks is not activated by the end of that window, he's out for the year. So it is frustrating that it hasn't been open. I think when Brooks is in for the long term, I don't know if he is the starter with this team. I think he's probably the starter with this team, but I know people are going to get mad because they love Chuba Hubbard. But I think the more important thing to realize is it will be a committee between Jonathan Brooks and Chuba Hubbard. And you're probably not super excited about a committee running back in a bad offense. Now, Spectre says bench Higgins or Ayuk. I would bench T. Higgins and play Brandon Ayuk. Going up against the Giants, maybe it's one of the very few games where the Bengals can be winning the majority. And they could actually look to run the ball a little bit more in the second half. Okay. Sloke says start McLaurin or Ayuk. Very similar to what we said literally every single week this year. You got to start Brandon Ayuk. If you drafted Ayuk in this offense, you have to start Brandon Ayuk. Aiden says McLaurin or Deontay Johnson this week. Looking at sportsbooks, they are projecting that the Carolina Panthers do see a pretty big bounce back with their total points scored. So I do think we go with Deontay over McLaurin. But I think we had another question come in through the site. So let me pivot over and see if we can answer that question on the site. Of course, if you ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you can go over to flockfantasy.com. You can ask a start sit question. You can ask a team review question, trade question, whatever you're wanting with the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. If you wanted that team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it is by taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or the link in the description, and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Brock Purdy pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard. And you're going to be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. But let's move this over to actually going to take us a little bit. Cowboy says, will the league ad feature be for CBS leagues? Can y'all please let me know in the live chat if you play leagues on CBS? Because full transparency for you, my friend, I didn't even know that people played fantasy football on CBS. I didn't know that was something that you could do. So this season, my goal was to have it where you could link your team with, just in case y'all don't know, you can link any of your teams for free on the site if you play on Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo. You see the Sleeper, ESPN, or Yahoo. And you can see the updated power rankings. You can actually get the best available waiver wire options, all for completely free on the site here. The only thing is we don't link with NFL Fantasy, which sucks right now. If you wanted a team review, you can still send screenshots, which you can do that. You can send screenshots with CBS. You just can't use the free tool. In the plans in the future, I would love to get NFL Fantasy on it. But I don't know about CBS. I don't see anybody in the chat saying they play CBS either. But anyway, moving this over for scenarios. This is Drake London, Tony Pollard versus Amari Cooper, Breece Hall. London to Breece, lateral move up to you. Pollard to Amari, lateral move up to you. Can y'all please let me know in the live chat, what side would you rather have here? Would you rather have Drake London and Tony Pollard or Amari Cooper and Breece Hall? Would you rather have Drake London and Tony Pollard or Amari Cooper and Breece Hall? Please let me know in the live chat. Breece, London, Breece, London, Breece, London. Looks like most people are on the London side. If you look at my rankings, I do have London ranked as the best player in the deal. I think it's very, very close. I honestly think it's a personal preference type of thing, and it is up to you. I mean, you are getting an extra week out of Pollard if that matters to you. Aiden says, what's the promo code for signing up? The promo code for signing up is FLOCK, F-L-O-C-K. Okay. Now, moving this over to Young Stowe. This is a start-sit question. Here, wide receiver, we are going to be rolling out no Nico, I guess, which sucks. No Rice, I guess. We're going to be going with Brian Thomas and Terry McLaurin, even with Wan'Dale Robinson looking a lot more appealing. I guess we have to play Pitts at tight ends. Going over to running back, we're going to be playing Bijan Robinson in a great matchup. If he's healthy and good to go, we'll go Travis Etienne and close our eyes. And then going over to the two flex spots, Wan'Dale Robinson looks to be a easy play with no Malik Nabers in a great matchup. And then going over to the second flex spot this week, I think we probably go Downs if Downs is healthy. If Downs isn't, we go with Pickens. Really, these are going to be the two guys that we were going back and forth with. We really need to look at the practice reports that we have with Josh Downs on Friday. The expectation is for Downs that this is a wide receiver that plays. But with that being said, I mean, I don't know. If Anthony Richardson's the starting quarterback, can we trust anybody in Indianapolis? I don't know if we can. Now, Nino coming out with a trade question. This is Jaden Reed, Devon Achane versus Gibbs and Waddle. Reed to Waddle, give me Reed. Achane to Gibbs, give me Gibbs. We don't see the team here. It's not linked with this question. I probably go with the best player in Jahmyr Gibbs. Gibbs is already through his bye week. If Tua does come back, yes, it's going to look tough in terms of us giving up Devon Achane, but we'll at least have the back end bump with Jalen Waddle. So it may not be the worst thing in the world in that instance. Okay. Now, one sandwich coming out with a start set. This is Deontay Godwin at wide receiver. Tight end, we have Kincaid. Running back, Bijan Kamara. Flex, Mixon. And we don't have any options. So, my friend, if you want to ask a start set question, definitely go through and put the options that you're like asking about down here on the bottom end. I would love to tell you, like, one, I'll say that obviously it's a great team. We're really hoping that Joe Mixon's good to go. But if you would have put like your other players down there on the bench underneath that flex spot, I would have been able to potentially filled in some extra options. Just in case Mixon did not play. But let's move this over and let's answer some of the free questions in the live chat that we have right now. So please, if you have any questions, drop them in the chat. Jagar says, Sam Laporta or Tucker Kraft. We had Jacobs on our team, by the way, so we're thinking Laporta. To be honest with you, I have absolutely no care if I don't know. I have no care if I have Josh Jacobs in my lineup. It doesn't impact my ability if I want to start Tucker Kraft or not. So if I'm looking at Laporta versus Kraft, I just prefer Laporta. Kraft, obviously super exciting. I do think he's a top 10 tight end rest of season, but I'm a little bit concerned if we get Romeo Doubs back in as well as Christian Watson back in, you're probably in a spot in which you do see fewer targets going to the tight end position in general. Sachi says Allen or Burrow for the stack with Jamar. If this is a 6-point passing touchdown format, I want Joe Burrow. I think Burrow could potentially lead the NFL in passing touchdowns. I think he could potentially lead the NFL in passing yards. However, if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format where the rushing upside matters a little bit more, I don't know. I think I still prefer Josh Allen in a 4-point passing touchdown league where we've seen the elite rushing ceiling for Josh Allen over a very large sample. But obviously it's safe to project at this point. You probably have more passing yards and passing touchdowns from Burrow. Amy says A.J. Brown or Tyreek rest of season. I'm going to be going with A.J. Brown. I think you can make an argument that A.J. Brown is going to be behind Tyreek Hill once you get Tua back in. But if we just think about this, A.J. Brown's already through his bye, so Tyreek's not. So you're going to get an extra week from A.J. Brown. Plus, if Tua misses another week or two, then we effectively have 2 additional weeks from A.J. Brown being the elite option where Tyreek isn't. So I think we probably go A.J. Brown over Tyreek, but definitely have you both as elite wide receivers rest of season. Okay. Now moving over to what we have with our next call. Riggy says Mike Evans or JSN this week. Obviously, if you are looking at Mike Evans, the issue is the Marshawn Lattimore game. I mean, I went through and I looked at historically pretty much all the games that you had Marshawn Lattimore covering Mike Evans, and it is a large sample of Mike Evans' disappointing performances. I don't think we can expect that Evans is his usual wide receiver oneself. But with that being said, if you're comparing him to a wide receiver 3, I probably just still prefer Mike Evans. Like going over to what we have with the underdog picks this week, you can see that if you're like that worried about Mike Evans, he is currently higher, lower 58.5 receiving yards, where Jackson Smith and Jigba is higher, lower 47.5 receiving yards. So I think you still play Mike Evans. Okay. Now let's move this over. Next question is coming out from Fabo, says Baker or Love. So obviously the Packers were a little bit of a disappointing offense last week compared to what your expectations were of them. But if you look at sportsbooks right now, they are, I think, tied for projected out to be the 3rd highest scoring offense in the NFL. This week, you possibly have Romeo Doubs and Christian Watson back in. So with them back in, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm going to play Jordan Love. I don't think either has a ton of rushing upside, so we are pretty much just chasing passing volume. But still. Now, looking at what we have here, Falony, I don't see any underdog pick'ems that I really like. If you see anything that you love for tonight, let me know. I didn't mind Geno Smith higher than 23.5 completions. The reason for this is if we go through and look at what we've had since the change, Shane Waldron out of Seattle. Let's pull up the Geno Smith game log and what we've had so far through the first 5 weeks, where Geno Smith has been actually dropping back to pass a ridiculous amounts, where the dropbacks have been through the roof. Where if we go ahead and look at this, actually, now that I look at it, I like it a little bit more. It's definitely my favorite pick of the night. Looking at what we've had with the completion so far for Geno Smith this season, 18 in a game against the Broncos, where obviously you don't have to aggressively throw against the Denver Broncos. Going over to what we have with the Patriots, 33 completions. The Dolphins, where they blow the Dolphins out of the water, you still get 23. The games that they lose where they are forced to throw the ball in the second half, you actually see 38 and 28 completions. So I think you go ahead. I think you just, if you are looking at an underdog pick'em for tonight, you assume that there's more passing volume here in Seattle, and a game that they're going to have to trail the Niners, according to sportsbooks, where right now the Niners are favored by, I believe, about 3 points. And Geno has gone higher than 23.5 completions by a decent margin in 4 out of the 5 games so far this year. But let me know in the live chat if y'all like anything else. And yeah, that's why I like the Geno one. One of sandwich is my fault. Messed up. We'll put it the rest of it. Please let me know what your question was, and I'd be happy to answer it for you, my friend. I'm sorry that we missed it. But yeah, let me know what is specifically you wanted there, and be happy to get it for you. But Mike says Brees or Gibbs rest of season. I will prefer Gibbs over Brees. Where if you are looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, he's in a much better offense than what you have with Brees Hall. And he's already through the bye week as well. So you're going to get an extra week for Gibbs in comparison to Brees. Nick says, how high do you rank Bucky Irving if White doesn't play? This is a good question. Let's go through and let's explore this. So first thing is, do they have, I'm assuming they don't have any picks out on the Bucks running backs. No, they're just putting touchdown marks out. They're not going to put any yardage out until you get confirmation on Bucky or White. But let's pull it over to the site. Let's pull up my rankings right now, and let's see exactly how high I would have to move Bucky Irving if you have no Rachaad White in this matchup. I probably need to move Bucky Irving up a bit. Just with the news that White's missing practice. So at this point, I'd probably rather have Singletary over White's. Probably rather Brown. Probably move Bucky ahead of Rachaad White as well. But if Rachaad, this is with Rachaad White not playing today. If Rachaad White, not practicing, if Rachaad White doesn't play on Sunday, Bucky Irving jumps Chase Brown, Devin Singletary, Jerome, I would actually rather have Singletary over Ford. He jumps Travis Etienne, J.K. Dobbins, Rico Dowdle, Zach Moss. We don't know what Jonathan Taylor right now. That's why Jonathan Taylor's just ranked here kind of in the middle. He would jump Najee Harris. He would jump DeAndre Swift. Bucky Irving would be right alongside like Tony Pollard, Brian Robinson in my rankings this week as a high-end RB2 if you have no Rachaad White. He'd be alongside like Brian Robinson, Tony Pollard if you had no White. Okay. Let's move this over. Nick says $79 for a team review. Most people who get the team review get it for $10, which is definitely what I would recommend. I just can't price it for $10 on the site because then we would be streaming for 24 hours a day instead of 5 hours a day. Or I would just only be able to spend 10 seconds on each team or whatever it would check out to, but I wouldn't be able to actually dive in deep with it. But if you wanted that team review for $10 instead, what I would definitely do is go over to Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy with the link in the live chat or the link in the description and use promo code FLOCK, all you have to do is make a $10 deposit and then you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com. And with code FLOCK as well, you'll get that free pick for tonight, more than less than half a total yard for Brock Purdy. And you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000 as well. So that's definitely what I'd recommend if you're wanting a team review is I probably wouldn't purchase it straight up on flockfantasy.com. I'd probably just go ahead and take advantage of the Underdog promo that we have. Bram says, should I start Wan'Dale Robinson? If you're playing in a 12-team format, more likely than not, you are starting Wan'Dale. Obviously, it is a tougher spots. If it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, and then at that point, you should have some really, really strong options where you don't really need to consider Wan'Dale. Mahdi says, is Chase a sell high? He's the wide receiver 1 in fantasy right now. If you were ranking him any lower, you'd rank him like wide receiver 3. So like wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 in the rest of season rankings are all about the same. Realistically, what are you selling Chase for? If you could sell Jamar Chase and go get like Saquon Barkley, who's already through his bye, probably would. But not an easy spot. Green Screen says, do we start Love or Jalen Hurts? Oh, we're for sure going to go with Jalen Hurts if it's just a regular fantasy football league. I mean, if it's a regular league where you only get 4 points per passing touchdown format, there's no reason why you wouldn't start Jalen Hurts where you have the elite rushing upside and you get A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith back in. The general says start Devonta Smith or Chris Olave. Olave's not startable with no Carr. I don't maybe having Rattler makes them a little interesting. But the reality is the projections are going to be extremely low. With this Saints offense, like going through and looking at what you have with like the Saints projections right now, you have Rattler, higher, lower, 195.5 passing yards. Like previously, Derek Carr was going over 250 passing yards and Chris Olave wasn't consistent in fantasy. So now that you have the projections dramatically coming down with this offense, I don't think you can start Olave or Shaheed, to be honest. I don't want to go with either one. Jacob says, if James Cook is out 1 to 3 weeks with the turf toe, is Ray Davis worth the start? So with Ray Davis, he's definitely the guy that I would prefer if we had to go with one. But to be honest with you, I don't think that Ray Davis is like a must-start player this week. Just because, one, this does project out to be a lower Bills scoring offense in comparison to what we usually have. And also, at the same time, I would expect that Davis possibly splits with Ty Johnson. So what I would probably do, more likely than not, is I would roster Ray Davis. I would roster Ty Johnson. But I don't know if I would go through and start either one. Until maybe we get confirmation and all of a sudden if we get word that, oh, okay, yeah, now we see that Ray Davis is expecting 75% of this backfield with the raw snaps that they're going to have. Then at that point in week 7, I think you are good to just start Davis then. But I'm not rolling out Davis like as a must start. He's definitely a consideration. Like if you add James Cook and you need a fill in, you could go with him. I'll smooth this over. Weekend Jimmy says, Ayuk to have a game tonight. I think that there's a wide range of outcomes with Brandon Ayuk here. I can't sit here and say that like he's 100% someone that's going to crush. I do think you probably need to have him in your lineup though. Like if I look at Brandon Ayuk in my rest of season rankings, I have him solely as a locked and loaded mid wide receiver 2. Looking at the picks that you have for tonight's game, Ayuk currently is higher, lower 67 at receiving yards, which is about the same mark as what you have with DK Metcalf. So if you would start Metcalf, you probably got to start Ayuk. The general says, even if I have A.J. Brown, should I start Devonta Smith? Oh, yeah. Honestly, it makes no impact for me one way or another. Like the only time that I'm considering, oh, I have this guy in my starting lineup, so maybe I go through and maybe I avoid starting another guy in his offense, or I specifically target starting another guy, or maybe I'm considering that, oh, my defense going up against him. Really, the only time that I consider how my starting lineup interacts with itself is if it's a scenario in which, hey, it's a Monday night game and I know what I need to win. It's a Monday night game where I know that I need 8 points. I'm choosing between these two receivers and maybe I have the quarterback going with them. And maybe at that point you decide to reduce variance or you decide to start the two teammates together. But if it's just, hey, we're going into Sunday on the main slate and it's your regular fantasy football matchup, you just focus in on the options that project out to have the highest baseline median projection. And Devonta Smith is a smash. Please start Smith and start A.J. Brown. Doesn't make an impact that you have both of them on the same squad. Now let's move this over and let's actually catch up on some of the questions that we have on the site. I think we've had a couple come in that we need to answer. And of course, again, if y'all ever wanted to get a guaranteed answer to any of the questions on the site, You can always go over to flockfantasy.com, hit the button in the top right corner that says expert advice. There you can ask a start sit question, a trade question, or get a full-blown team review. If you wanted a team review, definitely the cheapest way to get it, and what I'd recommend doing, is taking advantage of the promo that we have with Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK as well, you'll get that free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. So just make sure if you wanted a team review, that's what I'd recommend. Or even if you just wanted to go tell us on the Geno Smith higher than 23.5 completions. But let's move this over and let's get our next question going. We'll refresh this. And like I said, want to sandwich. If you have a question in the chat, please let me know. I'd be happy to get it for you. But this is a trade question from Marshall. Here it's Kyren Williams versus Joe Mixon and Chuba Hubbard. This is not a linked team, so I can't. If you link your team, I can see the rest of the players that you have on your squad. But in a vacuum, I would definitely prefer Kyren Williams. Or I mean, with Kyren Williams, he's been absolutely dominant so far this year, just with the full 3-down workload. You sprinkle on the fact now as well that going into the bye week, we should expect that the Rams offense actually gets a little bit healthier. And I think that can provide more trips to the red zone and more touchdown opportunities for Kyren Williams in general. So I think we are going to go with Kyren relatively easily over Mixon and Hubbard here. But I'm also expecting that Jonathan Brooks comes back at some point and turns the Carolina backfield into a committee. Now, Nanope coming out with our next question. This is Devon Achane, Jaden Reed versus Jahmyr Gibbs, Jalen Waddle. I believe we actually answered this question previously. You said, my bad, forgot to link it. We can go ahead and we can check this again. Appreciate you. Our initial answer was to go with the best player in Jahmyr Gibbs. Looking at what we would have at wide receiver after we make this trade, we'd have CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Jalen Waddle. Running back, we'd have Josh Jacobs, Jahmyr Gibbs. So honestly, yeah, with this running back room, I think we'd probably want Gibbs here, especially knowing that Gibbs is already past his bye week as well. So you're going to get the extra week from Gibbs. And obviously, you're still going to have to deal with a couple other weeks with Achane before Tua comes back in. So we will go with Gibbs, but it's close. I think it's still kind of a personal preference type thing. Now moving over to Jalaric. This is a full-blown team review. Going to be excited to dive into it. My guy says, need trade opinions to raise my ceiling to complete long-term with the 4-1 and 3-2 teams. 4-point passing touchdown format. Tua is in the IR slot. Okay, thank you for letting me know. This is currently the Legion of Poon. We are the 8th team in the league analyzer. Looking at this, it does look like to be a pretty even league overall, but I mean, obviously it would be much more excited to be at the top than near the bottom here. But this is a league where we are rostering 3 quarterbacks, 2 quarterbacks on the active roster, because you said that Tua is on the IR. But to be honest with you, I think I personally would still go ahead and I would still let go of Sam Darnold. In my mind, there's no world in which I would ever consider starting Darnold over Jalen Hurts with the rushing upside that Hurts has, with the supporting cast that he's looking at as well. And at the same time, in a couple of weeks, he may have to move Tua off the IR. Jalen Hurts is already through his bye. So I would cut Sam Darnold. I would pick up the long-term upside that you have with someone like Ladd McConkey. And I think that's a really easy move, to be honest. And I say that with like 100% confidence. You need to do that. The second thing I would do as well is going to your other onesie position. Trey McBride is also somebody that you're starting every single week, regardless of matchup. Now that McBride is fully healthy, I would go through and I would cut Trey McBride and pick up another wide receiver with upside off the waiver wire. Sorry, not cut McBride. I'd cut Isaiah Likely. Like if you could go ahead and maybe move on from Isaiah Likely and instead pick up Wan'Dale Robinson, I think that would make a lot of sense. Like going over to what we have with the tight ends on the waiver wire, Komet, Bat, Frymuth are out there on waivers. So if you were to get an injury again to Trey McBride, or once we get to the McBride bye week, then at that point, you can just go ahead, just cut whatever depth wide receiver we have, and then pick back up another tight end, but you're not really missing out on a lot by moving on from Likely. So we cut Darnold, we cut Likely, we pick up Ladd and Wan'Dale Robinson. Then going over to what we have at running back, we are sitting with Taylor with the long-term upside. We have Travis Etienne, Charbonnet, Trey Sermon. So pretty weak at running back in the short term. Obviously, when we end up getting, say, Jonathan Taylor back in, we will be a lot more excited about this. If we were looking to add any running backs off the waiver wire, I guess Roschon Johnson and Antonio Gibson would both be very appealing. If you decided that there's no way you start Wan'Dale Robinson this week, even if you have no Malik Nabers, then in that case, you could pick up Roschon Johnson, possibly instead of, say, Wan'Dale here when we make the drops with our backup quarterback and backup tight ends. Going over to wide receiver, we have plenty of depth, but we don't have the elite asset at the top. We have McLaurin, we have Flowers, we have Dell, we have Wicks, we have Leggett. I mean, if we could, but this is much, much easier said than done. But if we could potentially package together, say, Wicks and Terry McLaurin to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, we would do that. But again, much easier said than done here. I think the easy move, go through, cut Darnold, cut Likely, pick up the two receivers. If you can make a 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver where you're able to go ahead, you're able to sell, I don't know, Zay Flowers and Dontavian Wicks, or Tank Dell and Wicks, or Terry McLaurin and Leggett. Make a 2-for-1 deal, tier up a wide receiver. That way you're able to go ahead and you're potentially able to get the upgrade with the running back depth piece and picking up Roschon or Gibson. I would. And I think the waiver wire moves will be easy. It's just the 2-for-1 tier per receiver that may be tougher. Now, Bibble coming out with a question. Says, in a 3-2 league, we started off 0-2. I'm going to keep my win streak alive. Let's go. Let's go. But here, wide receiver, I'm not starting Olave. I think we go through. I think you start Debo and London. London's for sure a must-start guy. Debo, Godwin is kind of up to you. Going over to tight end, we're going to go Kraft. Just monitor the injury situation. It did pop up with a groin today. We're going to go Bijan and Chuba Hubbard. Just monitor the Bijan injury popped up on the injury report today. Going over to quarterback, we have no Mahomes. I think we're probably going to go ahead and take either Justin Fields or Cousins. I probably go Cousins with this being a really strong matchup against the Carolina Panthers. We've actually seen the implied team total for this Falcons offense go higher. And then going over to the flex between Godwin, Hawkinson, Olave, Ingram, Pacheco, Pollard, Swift. Godwin is an easy start. It really just comes down to this last spot, Olave or Pollard. And we are going to go ahead. We'll take Pollard. Oh, I guess Swift is here as well. We're going to go Pollard over Swift and Olave. But you also have a really respectable projection here for this Titans offense, which obviously usually isn't the case. Now let's move this over to our next team review. This is going to be one of those free Underdog team reviews from the Micro Squad. It says, big fan here, won both my leagues thanks to you last year. Congrats, that is awesome. It says, looking for a repeat in this one and need some advice. Not sure if we should try trading for a better running back room or hold until Pacheco's back as well. And we're going to hit them with the Go Falcons, and sorry about Bijan. If Bijan's good to go, I think Bijan crushes this week. Now, obviously, we need him good to go. We need him. Okay. Now, anyway, this is the micro squad. Right now, we are currently one of the top 3 teams with the league analyzer. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. Where quarterback, we are sitting currently with Josh Allen. Obviously, he has been very much up and down so far this year, but based off the rushing upside still being there, I think that Josh Allen still gives you enough upside where we don't have to roster another guy. Since it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter much, I would love, if possible, for you to go through and for us to try to swing some value out of these depth receivers in a 2-for-1 trade to upgrade maybe running back. So, I mean, if you could go through and trade like Xavier Worthy and Ramondre Stevenson to get an RB upgrade, or go ahead and trade Ladd McConkey and Rashad White, or go ahead and trade Jordan Addison and Javonte Williams, it really doesn't matter what combination of players we're looking to deal. As long as you can make that 2-for-1 trade, get an upgrade there at the running back position, while at the same time, put yourself in a spot in which we are more comfortable at running back. We don't really have a hit at wide receiver, and we open up additional roster spots. Because then in that case, there are some waiver wire options I really want to add here. Like we can go ahead and we can add in Braylon Allen, a running back that can be a desperation play / premium handcuff back if anything were to occur to Breece Hall. We can go ahead. We can add in another wide receiver depth option like DeAndre Hopkins or Calvin Ridley in case Hopkins gets dealt. We have Jake Ferguson as well. Ferguson looks like a tight end we can play every week regardless of the matchup. Wide receiver is incredibly strong, both at the top end and the depth. Quarterback, tight end, we can get by with. Pretty strong there. Running back's a complete debacle. We have wide receiver depth. So I think you need to make 2-for-1 deals by selling the wide receiver depth with these running backs to go through and try to improve that way. I mean, if we go ahead and look at some of these teams that need help at wide receiver, this team's wide receiver 3 is Dontavian Wicks. They have a ton of running backs to go around. So, I mean, why don't we just go through and tell this team, hey, you got Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt's going to be a great starter for you. Hype him up a bit. Go, hey, can I send you the combination of Xavier Worthy and Ramondre Stevenson for Devon Achane, for Aaron Jones? See what they get back to you with. Say, hey, can I send you Javonte Williams and Ladd McConkey for Kareem Hunt, for Jordan Mason? See what they get back to you with. As if you can get that running back upgrade here, I think the team will just be so much better. And at the same time, if we can open up a roster spot that way, I would want to pick up Braylon Allen as well. But I really do appreciate you. I think it's a good team. It's just like we are rostering too many of these high upside wide receivers at the bottom end in a league in which you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Now let's move this over and get some more of the free questions that we have going in the live chat. I believe we are caught up with all the questions on the site. Maybe we have one more we can get to in about 5 minutes or so. But Ando says, Happy VR can cater craft. It's a must-win week where we are 2-3. So here, looking at what you have currently with these 2 names. I think it's a tough spot in which Kraft gets the injury. Not only does Kraft get injured, but at the same time, you have Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs both potentially coming back in. So I would rather just go ahead and play Kincaid. Obviously, Kraft has been much better so far this season. Let me see what the underdog projections are. I don't know if they took down the pick for Kraft with the groin injury. But Tucker Kraft, they have higher, lower, 38.5 receiving yards. Kincaid, they don't have a yardage mark out, but they do have his touchdowns Kincaid to score a touchdown is a freaking crazy multiplier. Like if we go Geno to have 24 completions, Kincaid to score a touchdown, throw the 31 profit boost on, like $10 to win 77. You know what we're going to try doing here? Let's go ahead and let's set up a pick'em for tonight. The only pick'em that I really like tonight is the Geno Smith higher than 23.5 total yards. If I was new to Underdog, obviously I could package this together with Brock Purdy to have at least a passing yard, but it is what it is. I mean, sorry, 23, higher than 23.5 completions, given the game environment and what we've seen with the new offensive coordinator here in Seattle. Maybe we go Geno to have more than 23.5 completions, Metcalf to score a touchdown, and Purdy to not have an interception. What would this be with the profit boost? So it'd be $20 to win 100. We'll do $22 to win about 210. Main thing is if you are on Underdog, make sure you're looking to see if you have this profit boost. Like honestly, without this profit boost, I probably wouldn't like this pick'em here, but I want to have something to root for tonight. I want to have a little bit of fun. And if I can justify doing it if we have the profit boost token. So we will put that. That is a $22 pick'em to win 207. We need Geno to have more than 23.5 completions, Metcalf to score a touchdown, and Purdy to not throw an interception. But let's move this over. Evan says Swift or Wandale for the flex. Here, you have a really good matchup for Swift going up against the Jags. You have an implied team total of 23.5 points. Swift has been crushing as of late. I probably go Swift. Obviously plays super early on Sunday morning. Whereas Wandale gets the late game, so it's hard to know for sure what the availability is going to be. Happen says Ayuk or Flowers rest of season. I'd rather have Ayuk over Flowers rest of season. M Cube says PPR for the flex, Cortland Sutton or Allen Lazard. I would go Sutton, even if he's going to be in a very low scoring game environment and a very low scoring offense. If you actually look at the projections that you have right now for the Jets this week, you can say the same thing about the Jets offense, according to sportsbooks. Josh says I have to start Tracy this week. I think Singletary was at practice now. I think Singletary is good to go. But let me just double check to see if we have any more questions on the site. And of course, if you ever wanted to ask any questions, you can always do so over on flockfantasy.com. Couple other notes too. If you are an annual Mother Flocker, please make sure you fill out this free merch Google form. That way I can try to my best to hook you up with some free merch. Really just need to know, hey, are you an annual Mother Flocker? What merch do you want out of these options? Rank them highest to lowest. Let me know your size. Let me know your address so I can know where to send it. But please fill that out. And obviously, if you ever wanted to ask a question on flockfantasy.com, go hit the expert advice button in the top right corner. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, or get a full-blown team review. And if you wanted to get that team review, definitely the best way to do it is going over to Underdog Fantasy. And if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll be getting a free Brock Purdy pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game tonight. And you'll be getting a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single day. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account. That way I know who to hook up with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over. Geoff says, happy birthday, Mason. It's my girlfriend Renee's birthday today also. Well, tell her I said happy birthday and thank you, my friend. Thank you. But let's move this over. Teresa says Kirk or Sutton in the flex. I will go Christian Kirk. I'm a little bit nervous about getting Evan Ingram back in. And all of a sudden you have fewer targets going in the direction of Kirk. And at the same time, It's a tough matchup in a London game. So I don't love it. I would try to avoid it if possible. But I don't know if we can. I think you probably just have to go with Kirk over Sutton. Leroy asking what we think about Juju rest of season. I mean, we went through and we looked at what Juju Smith-Schuster's done throughout his entire career, trying to figure out if it looked like it was unsustainable what just happened. And Juju has not had a game with 130 receiving yards, which is what he hit this past Monday. He has not had a game with that many receiving yards since 2018. So I think it would be very difficult, and I mean very difficult, to assume that you're going to be getting much. I don't say much. You're going to be getting that consistently from Juju Smith-Schuster. Okay. Let's move this over. Maximus says trade Kamara for Malik Nabers. I don't know. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I'd rather just have the rushing upside. And thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it, everyone. Donnie says Higgins or Johnson in the flex. That's Deontay Johnson. I'd rather have Deontay. Thank you, Teresa. Thank you. Mark says, I submitted a start set. So let's go ahead and let's make sure that we get to all the questions that we have on the site for games start. We actually have a few more to get to. Ooh, I did not realize that. Let me first get to the start sit as well as the trade questions. Then we can go to the roster reviews, just because I want to make sure these are answered in timely manner. We have Terry McLaurin, Dallas Goedert, J.K. Dobbins versus Jahmyr Gibbs. This trade question is going to be Gibbs easily. I'm in need of a running back 1. Should we do this trade? I had Gibbs originally, but traded him for Rice. Ooh, well, that's brutal. But yeah, I think this is a no-brainer. I think Dallas Goedert is going to see a significant fall off now that you have A.J. Brown, Devonta Smith back in this offense. I think at the same time, if you are going to be looking at Jahmyr Gibbs, great passing down back, running back with an elite offensive line in front of him. And at the same time, he's already through his bye. So we go ahead and we play Jahmyr Gibbs there. Now, Evan, real quick, coming out with a trade question. This is Kupp, Xavier Worthy versus Brian Robinson, Jaden Reed. So looking at this, I would prefer having Kupp over Reed. I would prefer having Brian Robinson over Worthy. Can y'all please spam the chat? What side are you going to take here? What side? Do you want the Kupp or the Reed side? Cooper Kupp and Xavier Worthy, or Jaden Reed and Brian Robinson? Kupp. Reed. Kupp. Reed. 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 Reed, Kupp, Reed. So it does look like most people are on the Reed side. If you need production right now, I'd probably go Jaden Reed. If you can look for long-term upside, I'd probably go Cooper Kupp. So really it's going to be down to you, what your record is. I think it's a fair trade where you can make an argument for both sides winning. If you need production right now, though, I understand going and getting Reed. Marker Word needs a start set question answer. This is Lawrence versus Gino. We're going to go Gino. 6-point passing touchdown format. Team name is Gino. What I'm saying, stick with Gino or go Trevor Lawrence, Flacco, or Danny Dimes. I actually think I could have made an argument for Danny Dimes over Geno Smith, where we've seen Danny Dimes running the ball a tiny bit more now. And at the same time, it's a great matchup going up against the Cincinnati Bengals. But now that you have no Malik Nabers, there's no reason to overthink it. I mean, this offense has just been dropping back to pass so damn much here in Seattle that I think Gino is a fine play. Phil, always happy to see my friend with this start set. 2 and 3 in a situation where I feel like my running backs and wide receivers aren't in a great spot. Any suggestions? Thanks. Thank you. So first off, Drake London, tier 1 receiver. You have to play him. Godwin, wide receiver 2. Very easy. We're going to go Komet over Andrews. Running back, Chuba Hubbard, Breece Hall look like must-start names. We're going to be going with Dak over Geno in a great matchup against the Lions. And then for the flex spot, we have no Hunts. We go Devonta Smith. I mean, the only instance in which we don't do this is if you actually have no Zach Moss. If Zach Moss does miss, then I think you can bench Smith in favor of Chase Brown. But Smith is going to be a must-start guy for sure. I mean, if we can get him in this, but this is a great team. But let's move this over. Let me just make sure that we are through these start set questions and the trade questions. We are. I'll get these free Underdog team reviews done tomorrow. Don't worry. And even if you're not in the live stream, they're going to be sent to you through the site as well. The clip of me answering it will be automatically sent for you the second that I do it, so you can watch it and you can get the team analysis. I just don't want to run this into the game, and I want to be able to give you enough time as I look at your teams. I don't want to cut them short just because the game's about to start. So we'll get to those free Underdog team reviews, the 2 that we have left over tomorrow. You'll be sent them through the site, so even if you can't make the live stream, don't worry. But obviously, if anybody else wants one of those free Underdog team reviews, or if you want to go and check out that Underdog pick'em that you have right now, more than less than half a total yard for Brock Purdy in tonight's game. Check out any of these pick'ems. My favorite pick'em at the moment is Geno Smith to have more than 23.5 completions. You can find that link in the live chat or the link in the description. Code FLOCK will get you a free team review through the live streams we're doing every day. It'll give you a 50% team deposit, 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. And you'll be getting that free Brock Purdy pick for the game tonight. But thank you again. I really do appreciate y'all. I will be live after the game, of course, recapping everything that happened with the fantasy football implications. So I really hope I get to see you there. But thank you again. And yeah, hopefully it's a great game.